You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Grace exits the stage after making its major hurricane landfall in the early hours of this morning. All attention turns to Hurricane Henri, which is expected to make landfall in the northeastern United States tomorrow during the day, probably in the afternoon local time. Hurricane warnings are in effect for the area. The first time hurricane warnings have been in effect for the New England region in some time. I'm not sure when the last time was actually, but it's somewhat rare to see, with tropical storm warnings extending out either side, including for New York City and as far east pretty much as Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Also extending down into New Jersey as well. This Category 1 hurricane has sustained winds of 75 miles per hour right now and is expected to not strengthen much more beyond that before starting to weaken a little bit just before landfall. That's at least what we expect. And then move inland and turn towards the east. So, the main threats from this storm right now, of course, is that the area doesn't always get hurricanes. So that's one thing to look out for. But really, the big one right now is storm surge. And we'll pick up on that shortly. We're starting the live stream at this point at 8 p.m. UTC, which local time on the US East Coast is 4 p.m. The 5 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center will come out at the end of the hour, and we'll be able to bring that news to you when it happens to see what they think of the storm, whether there's any change. Alright, my name's Nathan Foy. I'm here in the studio once again. Of course, you're probably quite familiar with me, so you don't have to look at me very often. The National Hurricane Center cone quite clearly shows the position of the storm at 2 p.m. And shows that they expect landfall to occur during the course of tomorrow. So, to read out the watches and warnings just at the moment, as we bring us to some satellite imagery. There is the center of Henri right now. It's a bit of a mess if you ask me as far as hurricanes are concerned, but there it is. A storm surge warning for the south shore of Long Island from Mastic Beach to Montauk Point, New York, and the north shore from Montauk Point to Flushing, New York, and also from Flushing to Chatham, Massachusetts, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and Block Island. A storm surge watch for East Rockaway Inlet to Mastic, New York, north of Chatham, Massachusetts to Sagamore Beach, Massachusetts, and Cape Cod Bay. Hurricane warning for the south shore of Long Island from Fire Island Inlet to Montauk Point, and the north shore from Port Jefferson Harbor to Montauk Point, New Haven, Connecticut to west of Westport, Massachusetts, and Block Island. And a tropical storm warning for Port Jefferson Harbor to west of New Haven, Connecticut, the south shore of Long Island from west of Fire Island Inlet to East Rockaway Inlet, Westport, Massachusetts to Chatham, including Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket, and coastal New York and New Jersey, west of East Rockaway Inlet to Manasquan Inlet, including New York City. Quite a long list of watches and warnings there. As far as storm surge is concerned, the National Hurricane Center for quite large areas are expecting 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, so that is probably the biggest threat from this storm. And let's not forget those areas under tropical storm warning. New York City, for instance, massive population center. I think they've got something like a 60 to 70% chance of tropical storm conditions. Let's bring in my team for this evening. I'm at least here for the next 4 hours. At that point, I was supposed to be doing a live tropical weather bulletin. I'm not sure who's going to be on for that, but we'll be here nonetheless in some form of capacity. I'm joined by David, Joey, Ryan, and Sam for this hour. How are we all today?
Doing quite good.
Yes, well, indeed. And obviously, those viewing, you can send in your comments and questions live on the air by starting a message with Force 13 all in text. I've got a bunch of webcams that I've been bringing that I got ready. Here's the one that's closest to the storm right now that we've been able to get our hands on at Seaside Park, New Jersey. That's looking towards the storm. We are still watching. Well, that's nice. They all do that, don't they? But there's a few little webcams there, and I'm always conscious that sometimes they'll just throw up ads. But there we go. There's another point from Seaside Heights looking towards the south, and you can see those clouds associated with the storm there. Those are peripheral clouds bursting up in convection on the northwestern side of the storm that we saw earlier on that satellite imagery. All right. Let's first talk to Joey. You've been, I assume, watching this storm for some time during the course of today.
Yes, indeed. And this is something that you don't necessarily or normally see in this area. I think the last time we had a hurricane landfall in this area was around 30 years ago, I believe, if I remember that correctly. This storm, it is currently a hurricane, 75-mile-per-hour wind, slight strengthening expected. Although it will weaken before landfall, that doesn't necessarily mean that it won't be a dangerous system at all. Storm surge is going to be a threat. A rainfall potential as well with this system. I'm not sure if we have a CDPS rating for this.
Me neither at this point.
I think we do. Currently, on our CDPS scale, Hurricane Henri is currently a stage 3, meaning that extensive impacts are possible from this system as it heads closer to the northeastern part of the United States.
Thank you for that. Hold on a minute. Ryan, what are you showing us right now?
I will be showing that people should go to the weather.gov in the United States and check. So they should. You can enter your location, such as your zip code, and it will tell you, like, let's say, New York.
And of course, the National Weather Service
tell you all the
full of the
hazardous
warnings.
weather conditions for your area, such as the hurricane local statement, and it will have every single threat to your local area. The biggest threats seem to be the surge and the flood and rain, and there's tornado chances, and the wind is said to be life-threatening. Possible devastating impacts are across eastern Long Island and southern Connecticut. The potential impacts include structural damage to sturdy buildings, numerous large trees snapped or uprooted, many roads impassable with large debris, and widespread communication and power outages. And that's just from the wind. Moderate damage to marinas, major beach erosion, sections of near-shore escape routes eroded, and areas of inundation from storm surge up to 5 feet. And that's just 5 feet above dry ground. And of course, you have the flood and rain. Life-threatening rainfall. Flooding is possible, and that's only because this storm is going to slow down, which is unheard of with hurricanes and systems coming up screaming to the northeast. Usually they come, way fast. This isn't going to do that. This is going to slow right down at landfall, and it's going to bring a lot of rain. Life-threatening even.
Yes. Diana Lee, thank you very much for your support. Coffee and Donut Fund. I like that. We're going to definitely need that, I think, because we will be covering this storm for much of this evening, and it's looking like probably the whole of tomorrow will be spent on watching this storm as it makes its landfall. That will be over the course of, we're thinking at the moment, tomorrow afternoon, local time. We will take questions shortly. I still need to introduce everyone first, probably. David, you're here as well. Morning over there in Australia, watching from afar.
Yes, 10 minutes past 6 here on the east coast of Australia, and one key message out of this hurricane is going to be how many and how bad is the electricity outages going to be. Just looking at a map, and New York possible, right up to Chatham, Boston, Keene, Albany, and Springfield. So as you get closer to the coast, so wind, and it'll be a good time to clean any loose objects outside, gutters if you can get onto the roof, but the emergency kit, the emergency plan, but I'll be keeping a close eye on the electricity scene. So we just wait and see how bad things are going to be. But storm surge, as mentioned, that is going to be critical.
There's another view further north, Atlantic Islands, New Jersey. That's not far from the border with New York, I believe. That's looking towards the sort of northeast. That's something. Oh, that's nice. We'll be looking towards later on. But this is the latest satellite imagery of the storm, and it is rather disorganized, really. But it's getting its eye. It's it's not one of these full eye walls that we look at sometimes, but it's still got some significant power in it. Obviously, it must do to produce 75 mile per hour sustained winds. That is hurricane force. And some bands from the storm already reaching parts of New Jersey, New York, and possibly up towards New England as well. So we're not rainfall totals. Let me just get those numbers, expected numbers from the National Hurricane Center for rainfall. We already talked about surge just a moment. And I have lost my train of thought here.
You're
No,
okay.
it wasn't my train of thought. It was actually my technical such a thing. Something happened here. Rainfall. Expected to produce rainfall amounts of 3 to 6 inches over portions of Long Island, New England, southeast New York, and northern New Jersey to Sunday into Monday, with isolated maximum totals near 10 inches. So, heavy rainfall may result in considerable flash urban and small stream flooding, along with the potential for widespread minor and isolated moderate river flooding. It's not necessarily the wind speed that we're watching out for on this. It has the potential to be a very large flooding event. And it's an interesting time of year, I suppose, because we remember the one that people are probably going to be looking back to a lot for this particular analog, and that would be Hurricane Bob back in 1991, which also occurred in the middle to late part of August, and was a Category 2, I believe. And as you can't fully rule out this storm will have an intensification phase just now. It's unlikely at this point, it would seem. It looks fairly disorganized. It doesn't look like it's going to get itself together and make a big break towards intensifying, but you never know with these systems. Let's talk to MLTG. You're with us as well today. How are you? Is he ready?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yep. Hurricane Henri, your thoughts?
Well, this is, even though it's like, it just became a hurricane this morning, and it might not even be that because of the cooler waters close to the coast. This is still not something to mess with, because there's a good chance of low-level flooding and storm surge along the area it makes landfall. Still a threat.
I just want to see if I can get sea surface temperatures on here as well, just so we can get a number on this. I think it's over the warm part of the Gulf Stream, personally. Let's see.
Yes,
Temperatures
it is.
underneath the
If
storm,
not
Thinking.
very near it.
81 degrees. That's 27 degrees Celsius. And still fairly warm up until just that last bit before Long Island. David, did you have something?
Just thinking, what's the isn't it the warmest part of the Gulf Stream, as you mentioned, and is it the Barrier Islands off the coast? I'm not sure, but I just cited something on Twitter, and it the hurricane may strengthen over the warm waters. So it's just picking up on what your comment, Nathan. So it's one system that you can't take your eyes off, and also to undertake the preparations, the storm surge. I'm just wondering if there's any viewers that might know what the high tides, low tides are going to be for the area. So.
And if you
I've
do
been
have,
hearing there.
sorry,
I've been hearing there'd be a full moon come of Sunday evening, when it's supposed to be making its landfall, and that would bring the tide a bit higher than the normal average.
Yes.
okay, well that's interesting. If you have any comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, of course, send them in. But also, if you have observations for us on the ground, may not be as important tonight as it will be tomorrow. But just in case you fancy tuning in tomorrow as well when we cover the landfall, if it is safe to do so, anything that you send in information-wise could be very important, not just to us broadcasting, but possibly to other people who are watching the stream. Let's see if we can get some questions then. I think a lot have come in. What will be the effects of Henri in Clifton, New Jersey? Now, forgive me for not knowing where that is. I've got to find that out. But generally along the coast of New Jersey, obviously you'll have that swell and maybe just a little bit of surge further north. So Clifton, a little bit inland. It's not far from the. Go ahead.
Henri is currently in, I believe, the 28-degree region. It will shortly go into 29 degrees Celsius for
Really?
a short while. Yeah, it's not in the
Okay.
It's not in the hottest part yet.
Yep. So Clifton up there, you'll probably get borderline tropical storm conditions, I would think. That was a very early question that we had. Let's see if there's any more questions. I think you've just mentioned about sea surface temperatures, so we can tick that one off. The CDPS we mentioned earlier. Stage 3, is it? I'd be surprised if it's not higher, though.
Yeah, stage 3 currently. I'm not sure if there's going to be another calculation before landfall. I expect there will be. So we could see it go higher than 3 when that calculation is made.
All right, let's talk to Sam. You've also joined us tonight on our stream over there on the US West Coast.
Yeah, I'm concerned about Henri. Not that really that I should be, but I do have relatives there, so I'm concerned for him. And I just advise people to be prepared.
How do you think of its appearance right now?
Well, I'm definitely no expert in hurricanes, but it looks like a hurricane.
All right, well, that's quite succinct. I mean, it has the eye feature, obviously, and it's an eye, all right. It's a bit of a messy one. It's moving fairly quickly, so I suppose that might make it look more messy, I suppose. It actually reminds me of more like something that forms out at sea in the Pacific Ocean, in the Western Pacific Ocean. there was another question earlier. Would it be easier for Henri to build an eye this far north because of the added Coriolis effect? I don't think that tends to be much of an issue, really. That I, I don't know, but storms at 5 degrees north can form decent eyes. I don't think latitude beyond latitudes closer to the equator make much difference, but there we have it. Could Henri give damage to New York City? I would expect that. Well, for the whole New York City urban area, really, my advice would be that if people prepare properly, then nothing big should happen. Although flooding will be a concern there, and there's only so much you can do about that. But in terms of wind damage, I would say not really if people prepare. Most likely there'll be low end tropical storm force winds there, but we've seen flooding be an issue in the past in that whole area. We'll have to see. Jonesy, you've joined us. I think you're the first to join us who's actually in the area.
If this was about 2 years ago, yes, but I'm in Northwest Jersey, but I do know that the area like the back of my hand, so.
Where would you say then would be the most vulnerable places for this storm surge that could be up to 5 feet?
That's a good question, and we're also gonna have to see what happens with the moon being a full moon, and that usually, ups the surge and the tide numbers a little bit. I would have to say definitely the most low-lying areas. You possibly some of the similar areas that received surge from Irene and Sandy, so that's right along New York Bay and on the Hudson and East Rivers. Definitely the Long Island Sound, which is where they're forecasting the 3 to 5 foot right now, because it's supposed to go over Long Island and into the Sound, so it's going to just push that inwards. But yeah, I would also say definitely close to the water in New York City and its surrounding areas as well, I think is where you're going to see the biggest threat of the surge, that and, the Long Island Sound.
Just Nathan, just picking up on Josie's comment, local information, what is this hurricane going to do to transport, the railway network, and what is the time of landfall? And we're still thinking about whether it's going to be a high or low tide, and then you take the storm surge and localize flooding and the rainfall factor. Do we know how much rain? I think you might have touched on it. The rainfall factor, flooding, the high tide. So perhaps the transport system will probably be suspended, but it's just a matter of preparing and wait and see.
Well, they're probably definitely going to suspend the transport systems. They usually do for when tropical cyclones do come up into the area. I know they did for Irene. I know they did for Sandy. Obviously, the tunnels for cars and subways, they were extremely flooded during Sandy, and we're coming on 9 years in October since Sandy. So they've definitely have been repairing since. They definitely done stuff since to avoid a repeat of Sandy, but you'd still have to imagine. Right now, the Weather Prediction Center is going with 2 to 4 inches of rain. Out on the island is where the bigger amounts are going to be. I'm actually here in Northwest Jersey, under a 4 to 6 pocket. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what does happen with the rainfall. And as I was saying, and David was also mentioning, when the high tide and low tide is going to be, because landfall is expected to be sometime tomorrow afternoon. We know that's what has been the consensus thus far. I'm not sure when the high or low tide's going to be. I would have to look into that. As I did mention, and I also mentioned yesterday, it is going to be a full moon. Usually that ups the tides and ups the surge a little bit when it comes to tropical cyclones. Full moon scheduled to be around 8:05 tomorrow morning. So when landfall is not supposed to be until after 2 or 5 p.m. So that's just something to mention there. But we're going to see what happens with the transportation. I'm assuming that they're going to suspend it. They have to suspend it at this point. Luckily, it's going to be a Sunday. That's usually the down day for transportation.
Yes.
But they're definitely going to suspend it. And you're really not going to see, if they haven't started suspending it, they're going to start suspending stuff tonight. And since, it's going to, once it goes inland into Connecticut and all that, it's going to be slow moving. You're still going to have the rain on the backside. So I would expect suspension going into Monday. So.
All right, thanks for that. I think we've introduced everyone at this point. So there's some more questions about whether the storm will intensify to Category 2 status. That's a distant possibility, unlikely at this point. And whether it will turn away before it strikes land, I would say that is pretty hopeful, to say the least.
Nathan, I'm just going to cut in for observation, just looking at the stream. It's looking very good on the satellite imagery, and mass evacuations currently underway from, I think it's Montauk, apology for the pronunciation, Hamptons here on the east coast of Long Island, as Hurricane Henri approaches. So evacuations now underway, and I've just looked at one image, just a bottleneck the traffic.
Yeah, that makes sense. Montauk and the Hamptons are out on the easternmost part of the island, and unlike more western parts of the island of Long Island, there's not a lot of inland stuff.
Now, I have found out that the whole area, really, the high tide on Sunday will be at around just before 12 noon. There's New York City right now, by the way.
And Nathan, I just sorry to do it to you again. The City of New York and the Office of the Mayor has issued a state of emergency.
Right, that's not much of
So
a
that's-
surprise.
No, so that's just procedural. So,
New York is currently under a tropical storm warning. Go ahead, Dave.
not a bad webcam, that one, and helicopter flying over. So I'll be keeping an eye on that one when I can. But preparations, the electricity, the storm surge, wind, and 2 to 4 inches of rain. So. In 1985, I think, sorry, was the last time the area got hit. 1985.
Well, there's been a few. Hurricane Bob of 91 is what a lot of people talk about.
91.
Hurricane Gloria of 1985, of course, was one of the worst ones. I mean, Hurricane Irene was very close to being a hurricane by the time it reached the New York area. It was it's the last time hurricane warnings were issued in New York.
Yep, so Irene, operationally, and I remember this because it was at 9 a.m. I know I literally just turned on the television, and I was watching I was switching between the local news and the Weather Channel at that point. The NHC did call a landfall in New York City from Irene. Operationally, they went with 70 miles an hour at that advisory, but in post-analysis, they brought that down to 65 miles an hour. So that was the last time a storm made a direct landfall in New York. They made it on Coney Island. I'm not sure if Sandy prompted hurricane warnings for New York City.
No,
I would have to go back and look.
That was the very now what word should I use for this? Controversial case was Hurricane Sandy, because they didn't issue warnings any further north than I think North Carolina, because they weren't expecting a tropical landfall, and that caused so much commotion that prompted them to make some big changes after that happened. because there are no hurricane-related warnings in effect anywhere along the area that Sandy made landfall.
Yep, and that was my state, all right. And I remember the day or two after Sandy, me and my dad were looking through the photos of the damages, and he was just in awe and such. I mean, my dad's been here all his life. He's 50 some odd years old, so he's all a lot of places that he grew up with along the Jersey Shore just destroyed by Sandy. So, I mean, definitely Sandy was a bit controversial. They didn't issue warnings at all, and I mean, they even made Sandy extratropical literally an hour before landfall, which to this day I'm still a little annoyed about. But it definitely was extratropical. I mean, I think they could have called it extratropical earlier in the day, because as I've made mention on previous streams, that was not a tropical cyclone when it was literally dumping a 2-foot blizzard in the Appalachian Mountains at the same time.
Well, it can happen sometimes. This is the coast of New Jersey looking southwards towards the storm. The outer parts that are bubbling up convection may well be visible on that image. Hard to tell. Of course, there's a breeze there at least, but I don't expect we'll be seeing too much on any of the webcams today, but that's something that we'll be looking at a lot more tomorrow. There's loads of questions though in the meantime, so I think we should go and focus a lot more on that. Did I mention what time we did? So high tide we're expecting looks like it'll be just before midday tomorrow, local time. Let's see if I can take some more questions. Is Henri more likely to deviate further west or east of the forecast track? Well, of course, there's always that possibility. There is
Yeah,
no forecast track.
it's definitely a possibility. I mean, the last few days, the trends were a more westward shift of the track, and then at 11 p.m. last night, not only did the same time when they made Grace a major, I started noticing an eastward shift of the track. Actually, no, 11 p.m. went west. 5 a.m. I stayed up for 5 a.m.
Gosh.
5 a.m. Shifted eastward, because at 11 p.m. I was coned. 5 a.m. I was removed from the cone by about a mile or two, and then at the 11 a.m. advisory, they shifted it eastward again. So the last few days have just been back and forth of east and west jogs with the cone. Right now, the cone is back to where it was at this point.
All right, well, I have to interrupt because
yesterday.
the update is out from the National Hurricane Center already, about half an hour early. Sticking with 75 miles per hour and a pressure of 991 millibars, they're expecting slight strengthening to 80 miles per hour in the next 12 hours, and then weakening. And it looks like they are calling for a tropical storm landfall at 70 miles per hour. Very close, and they're expecting that landfall to be, let's just try and figure that out before the cone loads. I think the cone might have shifted. Yes, it shifted east again, I believe. So once the new cone comes out, you should see another eastward shift here. Slight at first, but for the actual bend part, that Monday part, I think we're going to be looking at a more substantial eastward trend when that new cone comes out. So watch out for that. No changes in the watches and warnings, by the way. I would have mentioned that at the beginning there. So at 5 p.m, 75 miles per hour. National Hurricane Center's headline: Henri moving faster to the north-northeast. A dangerous storm surge, hurricane conditions, and flooding rainfall expected in portions of the northeast United States beginning late tonight or early Sunday. Let's go back to the visible imagery as I pick up the National Hurricane Center discussion.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that too.
So, visible satellite images and microwave data indicate that a tight inner core has formed. Interesting. In association with Henri, but the convective pattern appears ragged in infrared images. Well, that is true. An ASCAP pass from earlier today indicated that the 34 and 50 knot winds continue to expand in the southeastern quadrant, and that the data was used to update the initial wind radius. The latest Dvorak estimates range from 55 to 77 knots, and based on that data, the initial intensity is held at 65 knots, which is 75 miles per hour. Hopefully we'll get some more direct readings because the NOAA hurricane hunters will be investigating Henri this evening.
New cone is out. Yep, it's shifted eastward again.
So, another eastward shift. Let's see if we can get it updated on our screen here.
Still not updated for me. Oh, yeah, updated.
I threw it into live discussion.
Whilst we wait for
Yeah,
it at our end here,
just updated
it's
for me,
currently
never mind.
moving faster to the north-northeast or 20 degrees heading at 16 knots. There continues to be little change to the forecast track philosophy. A cut-off low located over the central Appalachians and the ridge building to the east and northeast of Henri should cause the storm to continue moving north-northeastward through tonight. A decrease in forward speed and a slight bend to the left is then forecast to occur on Sunday.
When
And-
that low interacts with Henri, that will cause the wind field to expand even more. So that cone is more or less the whole widespread of or that center line go. The storm is more or less going to be, a lot larger of an area. It's just not going to be dead on that center line. That all that tropical storm force winds and hurricane force winds. No, it's going to be out over hundreds of miles across. It gets Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New York. So it is.
Getting to be an interesting cone there. Where was I up to? The latest model guidance has shifted slightly to the right, and the National Hurricane Center official track has been nudged in that direction, obviously. This forecast shows landfall over eastern Long Island and southern Connecticut in about 24 hours. Users are reminded to not focus on the exact forecast track, basically what Ryan just said, as the average 24-hour track uncertainty is around 40 miles and impacts will extend well away from the center. Environment looks favourable for strengthening tonight with low shear, upper level divergence associated with the upper level trough and warm SSTs. In fact, according to National Hurricane Center here, Ryan, SST analyses indicate that Henri will be passing over a patch of very warm 30°C waters this evening.
There you go. So that means the water's heating up a bit more then.
And you said 29 earlier, 30
Yeah.
according to them.
And that will be passing over tonight. So it should be increasing in its velocity and how much wind it will be picking apart. And then, of course, it will be going steaming along at speed all the way up until 2 o'clock tomorrow, and then it will slow right down at landfall. So and because it slow right down, which no system's really done before up in that region, that is a hurricane, it will inundate properly with a lot of rainfall as well as tropical storm force winds and sometimes maybe hurricane force winds over a wide area. And that's because the cold ocean, well, it's not really cold up there. It only goes down to 25 Celsius, although the magic number is 26. It really only goes up to 20, down to 25, 24, right up to Long Island. So there's not a lot of, it's not going to get cold for it to lose its intensity.
Sure.
It will be, pretty bad, I reckon. Still, even though it may well just be a tropical storm at landfall.
It all makes you wonder whether the cone will continue to shift east a little bit more, though, before it gets there.
I think it will, looking at the last few hours, the way it's been moving, I think it'll just.
It's been
shift
shifting
and
east
move.
since the 5 a.m. advisory. Yesterday's trends and the day before that were shift westward and westward up to the 11 p.m. advisory, and then at 5 a.m. they started shifting eastward. I know I peaked in the 60 to 70% of tropical storm force winds. Now I'm down only a 30 to 40% chance. So
Wow.
you can see where the shifts have been happening today compared to yesterday.
Still, although with the wind gonna cause mass power outages and all that, my main concern, at least with the coastal region, is the storm surge. 3 to 5 feet above dry ground. That is pretty hazardous. Any of those little canals, any little river, at the sea, the beach, all 3 to 5 feet above what it would be normally. So it would, and then of course the rainfall, because it will slow right down and take maybe even 2 days to get out of there. That's going to cause a lot of localized flooding. It should not be taken lightly.
And that's what we're looking at on your screen there, and the
Yes,
1 to 3
I was
speed.
showing the surge and the rainfall
Okay.
potential. 6 to 10 inches Long Island, and this is all on the western side. A bit of 4 to 6 inches there in New Jersey. Quite a lot of 4 to 6 inches and 6 to 10 inches in Connecticut. This should not really be taken lightly. And this is a very densely populated area. There's going to be a lot of flooding problems.
And let's not forget that I think there's still around 29 million who are in a 10% chance for 50 knot winds, at least before this latest advisory. That number's probably decreased just a little bit, but still a lot of areas that are under chances for 50 knot winds, which is destructive if preparations aren't made properly.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people are talking about how Recon have apparently turned around. I don't have the data with me. Do any of you guys have news?
I posted a tweet from the owner of TropicalTidbits.com, who also works with Mel and them. But it looks like there was a maintenance error with the Recon flight, so they're turning around and going back, meaning we won't have Recon. There is another Recon flight heading out to Henri now. They just left Florida. It's not going to get there for about another 2 to 3 hours, though.
Okay.
And in the meantime,
Also,
on the infrared, the ice starting to look maybe a little bit better there.
Yeah, it's because it's heading into warmer water and there's shears lessening too.
Something I've noticed, based on the new 5 o'clock cone, looking on the interactive cone, and I'm going to talk about that thin, fine line, and usually it could go anywhere in the cone. I am going to preface this, but I usually look at that line. Now it's closer to Montauk. Right now they're saying a Maga set for landfall, and funny enough, I know our cyclone analyst. I don't know if the NHC did a Long Island landfall for Elsa. I know they did in Rhode Island. I did one unofficially. This is actually, like, I'd say within 2 or 3 miles where this line comes onto shore, or it's part of the same beach complex that where Elsa came on shore in Long Island.
You kidding me?
What they're calling for right now. I'm not kidding you.
Gee.
So, yeah, so I guess you can say, here we go for round 2 for this area, if this verifies, that is. And but Henri is definitely going to be a more stronger storm than Elsa was at this point of time. Elsa was, I believe, what did I have on my landfall fix for Long Island? 45 knots. So I mean, and Henri is supposed to be 70 miles an hour, so 60 knots. So definitely going to be much stronger.
It really looks the part on visible imagery, just that the convection is generally pretty shallow. Although it is quite a lot deeper on the southeastern side. It's really the northwest that's pretty shallow. So if you've just joined us, that's the news recently that the National Hurricane Center have just come out with their update. They came out with it very early that
I have
Henri
some good news
still has been
to
75.
announce on the other system. NHC has issued their final advisory on Grace. They have said it is
Hooray.
now down to a remnant low.
That was quick.
It was expected to weaken quite rapidly.
It was expected to weaken quite rapidly, especially because of all the mountains there, in and around Mexico. I am surprised that it did reach just north of Mexico City as a tropical storm. I will say that I am surprised about that. But Grace is now a remnant low, and it will be reforming in the Eastern Pacific. The question will be, what will the NHC name it? Is it going to keep Grace, or will
Nope.
it get the next name on the list in the East Pack? Probably whatever the next name is in the East Pack.
Marty,
They're calling final advisory,
it's absolutely
so
not going
it's
to
done.
be called Grace, because on the discussion they have said, although the surface center has dissipated, the mid-tropospheric remnants of Grace are expected to continue westwards and to emerge into the East Pacific by late Sunday. High likelihood that this will lead to the formation of a new tropical cyclone over that basin by early next week. So that's quite clear that they would call it something new. So that's your information on Grace, which made a very destructive Category 3 landfall in the early hours of this morning. So it's all going on roundabout now at the minute. Keep sending in your questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up for us and we'll be able to answer. Let's see if we have some from earlier. If Henri rapidly intensifies to high-end Category 1, how far west is the track going? I'm not really convinced that the strength of the storm would push it further west at this point. I don't think it would make much difference.
No, it won't.
So I'll just answer that question generally. I suppose the easiest answer is that it could move anywhere towards the western part of the cone. Now, there was something crucial in the last cone, is that New York City was on the very western edge of it. And now some of the hurricane warned zones are outside of the cone. New York City is well outside of the cone now for the center of the storm. Of course, they're under a tropical storm warning because they'll probably still get low-end tropical storm force winds. But I would say that the furthest this thing could track west now is to that the edge of the Connecticut part of the hurricane warning.
But it could change overnight, couldn't it?
I don't see
it could
changing further
could
west,
shift
though.
west.
It could change further east. You could be looking at a point where it could even yet make landfall on Rhode Island.
Or it could make landfall in Massachusetts like they were originally planning, to where they have to reissue the hurricane watches and warnings.
Nathan, I was just picking up on that point in the NHC's discussion paper.
Sure.
Just that the hurricane warnings could be reintroduced overnight.
Yeah, that's
For
certainly,
Massachusetts,
yeah, that's a possibility.
if this keeps shifting eastward, yeah, that is definitely a possibility.
Well, it's definitely doing that right now. You draw a line
Yeah, it
north
has
from where
been.
it is, and you end up at probably Martha's Vineyard is pretty much due north of this now.
And they indicated that it's likely to slow down.
Yes, it will. Yep. There's another question by one of our top supporters. How far inland will 3 to 5 feet of surge come in? That's by March 3258. Well, I suppose that all depends on the terrain profile, but Jonesy, I don't know if you've got a more satisfactory answer for that with your knowledge of the area.
It I'd say for New Jersey, if this keeps shifting more eastward, I don't think it's going to be going inland more with the surge. And New Jersey's not even in the 3 to 5 surge. I know that. Where the 3 to 5 foot surge is right now is the eastern part of Long Island. So the entire Long Island Sound and parts of the East River, I'm assuming as well, and then Rhode Island and Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, the southern coast of Massachusetts. All those areas are 3 to 5 foot surge. For New England, I'm not sure about the terrain, so at this time, I am not confident on giving an answer on how far inland it's going to go. For Connecticut, I know only more inland Connecticut than coastal Connecticut, so again, I'm not able to confidently give an answer. For parts of Long Island, especially on the eastern part of the island where there's not really, compared to, going towards Queens and Brooklyn where you can just go to the center part of the island and you're probably going to escape the surge. Out on the eastern part of the island, you don't get that luxury, especially if you're out on Montauk and such.
Yes.
At that point, if you're out, I'd say anywhere east of Mastic Beach, if you're close to the coast, I think you need to start going towards the center and western part of Long Island and to safely get away from the surge. Because I'd say anywhere east of that, you're going to be talking about, especially around the Hamptons and Montauk, you're definitely going to be talking about it going well inland because the bay is and Long Island Sound is pretty close to the Atlantic Ocean on that side. So I'd say if you're anywhere east of that point, if you're definitely in Montauk and the Hamptons, you need to get out of there to the more center and the more center part of the island, but definitely central and western Long Island if you want to stay on the island. Ideally, I would recommend probably going, I'd say probably going into New Jersey. And some people are like, what about New York? New York's still going to get some kind of surge and flooding, so I wouldn't really say New York. I would say probably more New Jersey, so like the parts of Bergen and Essex and Union that are away from the coast and more west, and probably Westchester County and such. Now there, all you have to worry about is, the rain and when this stalls, how much rain is going to fall that will cause river flooding and such. I do expect the some of the rivers that are connected to Newark Bay, and North Bay empties out into the New York Harbor and into the Atlantic Ocean and Raritan Bay. So those rivers, so that include the Passaic River, the Raritan, those kind of rivers. I think maybe I don't think there's one for Rahway. So those rivers, and then obviously the Hudson and the East River. There's definitely going to be a push of water from the ocean that goes into the bay, and that will go upstream into the rivers a little bit. And as I remember from Irene, that definitely did happen along with all the rain. So the rain plus the little push of the water upstream definitely caused a nice amount of flooding. Definitely wasn't, as it was at the coastline, but definitely you're still talking about at least a couple feet of water rise, and the rivers would overflow their banks. So, but yeah, anywhere over Mastic Beach and eastward and stuff. So definitely for the Hamptons and Montauk, anywhere on that eastern side of the storm, you probably need to get off the island. Probably get to the more inland parts of the island, that's central and western parts of Long Island, if you don't want to leave the island. I would recommend you should. I think, though, the safest parts of Long Island is going to be the western and central part. Eastern Long Island is a no-go zone. You need to get off. If you're on the eastern part of Long Island, you got to get out.
Yes, most likely.
You got to get out.
Looking once again at the satellite imagery, still quite clearly moving east of north. Ryan, you've got another graphic from the National Hurricane Center. And that shows the most likely arrival time of tropical storm force winds. And you can see there that in most places along the coast, actually, that are in the warning zones, it's going to be 8 a.m. roughly, or at some point tomorrow morning, that will occur. So to reiterate our current situation then, that Henri currently has sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. That number has stayed the same coming into our new advisory at 5 p.m. Eastern. 36.3 degrees north, 71.4 degrees west. That puts it 240 miles east-northeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, and 335 miles south of Montauk Point, New York. Moving north-northeast, or 20 degrees, bearing at 18 miles per hour. Pressure's 991. To remind you, a storm surge warning, and this is a long list. South shore of Long Island from Mastic Beach to Montauk Point, New York. North shore of Long Island from Montauk Point to Flushing, New York, and Flushing to Chatham, Massachusetts. Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and Block Island. Hurricane warning for the south shore of Long Island from Fire Island Inlet to Montauk Point. The north shore from Port Jefferson Harbor to Montauk Point. New Haven, Connecticut to west of Westport, Massachusetts, and Block Island. And obviously several other warnings that we'll go into more detail in the next hour. Let's see if we've got any more new questions just now. Is the redeveloping convection over Linda anything to pay attention to at all? I think that's quite possible.
Yeah.
I've still got it marked as code blue, so...
Linda is currently remnant low. Linda's currently dead, but I'm not sure what the NHC or the Central Pacific Hurricane Center would designate it as if it were to become something again. I don't know if it would keep Linda, or I don't know if we would finally get Hone.
No, it would be Linda.
That's going to be
Don't be silly.
I think we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And as for when I was talking about the rivers earlier, I tuned into the stream a little bit before I came on. I do remember someone asked about Clifton. Funny enough, Clifton was one town over for where I used to live, over in Bloomfield. So I can actually answer that question more if that person's still here. Clifton, you're in the same as me for tropical storm wind probabilities of 30 to 40. Maybe you're in the 40 to 50. You're definitely going to get heavy rain and such. It depends on where you are in Clifton. If you're close to the Passaic River, like I said, I don't expect that much of a push from North Bay up the Passaic into going towards Clifton to cause some flooding. Maybe the third river, which dumps into the Passaic. Okay. Those two rivers, I think mainly, if they flood, that's going to be from the rainfall from Henri, which I do expect them to. I mean, the ground is already saturated here. We just had some rain moved in yesterday, and then before that, we had the remnants of Fred move in and drop a nice amount of rain in the area. Actually, also spawned a tornado over in Rockaway, New Jersey, which where I live is about 20-30 minutes away. So definitely, I think we're going to just see rainfall be the main factor, and probably some river flooding as well. And
all right,
definitely
Jonesy,
you're going to see flash flooding as well.
Take a break, because we'll be back in a couple of minutes with our next hour of coverage. So keep sending in your questions. We'll have all of that and more in the next hour of Hurricane Henri, our coverage this evening. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. PM on the US East Coast, Hurricane Henri retains winds of 75 miles per hour sustained and an estimated central pressure from the latest National Hurricane Center update at 991 millibars. 5 PM position puts it east of northernmost North Carolina, if you were to draw a line straight east there, and it's expected to move still northeast just a little bit more before curving now towards the northwest and then jumping right into the Long Island coast and then towards the New England area, with a probable landfall on the easternmost part of Long Island and into then Connecticut and then eventually Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and moving off the coast. That's of course if the cone goes to plan. The cone has been shifting a little bit, usually towards the east, and more shifting is obviously possible. Anywhere within the cone can receive the center of the storm. So let's not forget, that's the center of the storm with a widening wind field. That means that many other areas that aren't in the cone could receive dangerous conditions. We've had a lot of thanks at the beginning of this hour, and I must acknowledge that. We've been doing this for quite a while now. It's our ninth year of actual storm tracking. It's been our 6th year of live events, and we hope that we're getting better at it every time and perfecting it. We hope that we bring the right things to attention. J.O. there, thank you very much for your support. But with the latest information, this is what the storm is looking like right now, and there's the satellite image loop on the left-hand side, and that core looking pretty decent, it has to be said, although still a little bit disorganized, which is probably what you would expect from a storm moving quickly that wasn't tropical in origin. Let's introduce my team. I'm joined this hour by Ryan, Dragon Rider 75. I forgot your real name. I don't know if you told me.
Dimitri.
Sorry?
Dimitri.
I'm so sorry about that. Jonesy,
It's all right.
MLTG, and Sam. So many people are on our team, I always forget. I'm sorry about that, Dimitri. Let's talk to you first. What are your thoughts on Henri right now?
I'm actually under the gun for this storm. I live on Long Island. It is a bit of a nightmare considering that I am under the gun at the moment here. I'll just give earlier on yesterday I was out just getting the things I was looking for, flashlights, batteries, and I also got a little bit of extra food today and also yesterday just to be very much safe, ready to go for this storm. I'll give you a couple of updates about what's going on local government wise.
Sure thing.
Fire Island is under a voluntary evacuation order from the county executive in Suffolk County. Ferry service, from what I've heard, local news outlets, is ending at 10:40 tonight, local time. So for those who are on Fire Island, you have to get out before there or you'll be trapped. And there's no timetable for when service resumes, so that is a bit of an issue for those on Fire Island. It's like the barrier island to the south of mainland Suffolk County. I also know that bus services in Suffolk County won't be running tomorrow. As for Nassau County, I think the county executive there was saying that expect some delays and stuff like that. I don't know if the county executive is going to make a call and change her mind, saying that the buses should be shut down there as well. The Governor Cuomo has declared a state of emergency for Long Island, New York City, the lower Hudson Valley, as well as the capital region near Albany. As Bill de Blasio has declared a state of emergency as well, for the mayor of New York City. Everybody's preparing for this storm right now with the impacts. So it's kind of out. It's kind of nutty. I'll just say it like that.
Now, Fire Island is one of the barrier islands in central Long Island, right?
I'm not 100% sure, but it's the barrier island on the south shore, like to the south of the actual south shore. It's like mainly Suffolk County. I'm not sure if it's also towards Nassau as well. I need to double check the map regarding that. But Fire Island is usually an area in which if there is a hurricane or a tropical storm, that's one of the areas where in which this is evacuations. Reminder, this is a voluntary evacuation. It's not mandatory, but considering that ferry service is ending at just before 11 o'clock tonight, local time, it is kind of like people on Fire Island need to most likely evacuate or they're going to be in some trouble.
looking at Fire Island right now, it goes from next to Gilgo Beach, Oak Island, and Jones Beach on the part of Long Island that is not bordering the ocean. That would be over by West Islip and Babylon. That's the most western part. And it goes all the way eastward to Cupsog Beach County Park.
Dog.
After that, it starts the West Hampton Dunes. So it goes through Suffolk and possibly no, that's all of Suffolk because
It's
I
mainly
see
Suffolk
Dix Hills, and I know I had a college hockey game there a couple of years ago where I played against the Suffolk County community college team. So Fire Island is all of Suffolk County. I can confirm that for a fact.
Okay, fair enough.
Just going through some of the webcams that are in the area that will be affected by the storm. You just saw Coney Island just then. This is Montauk, which looks like it's going to get closer and closer to the hurricane itself. The cloudiness there is a bank of cloud that looks to be dissipating a little bit now in association with the, say, the periphery of the hurricane. Looks pretty calm there, though.
I need to look at the radar images and see. I think I'm not really 100% in regards to in talking what's going on there.
Well, I
Montauk
imagine
is
being on the
know-
eastern tip of Long Island, it's right in the path of the hurricane now.
I know they were. I know David mentioned earlier before he left there is some kind of evacuation going on out there for the Hamptons and Montauk. I'm not sure if he said if it was voluntary or mandatory. I would assume it should be mandatory, but I'm not sure.
I haven't heard anything about Montauk, at least from what I've been hearing from local officials. But all I do know is that Fire Island's under a voluntary evacuation. I haven't heard any idea about East End.
Alright, back to the webcam that's closest to the storm that we're able to get hold of. Seaside Park, New Jersey, which is, I don't know how far down the coast that is, but it's looking southwards towards the storm.
That's a good distance down the coast. Seaside Park is right next to Seaside Heights, and as we know, Seaside Heights is a fairly tourist destination along the Jersey Shore due to that dreaded MTV show from about a decade ago called Jersey Shore.
Well, there it is now. It's busy there this evening.
Yeah, so the Heights and Park, I've been to both. I've swum at both beaches before. So I know where that is. Right across the bay from it is Tom's River. So that's a good distance down the shore. I'd say that's about halfway down the Jersey Shore. It's definitely north of Atlantic City. It's north of Cape May. I do know that. But that's about halfway down the shore, I'd say.
Alright. Looking pretty dull there. Underneath some of the high tops of the northwestern part of the hurricane. But as you can see, it's not putting a lot of people off there. So I assume it's dry, looks it to me, and
yeah, it's dry.
a bit breezy.
I had some clouds here. I had some clouds here as well. It looks like the sun's possibly breaking through up here in northwestern New Jersey right now. But yeah, it's definitely dry. Maybe a little just overcast, maybe a little wind. But people are just out there because it is still summer down there. Some people these are just people trying to, enjoy what will be the only good day of the weekend because rain's going to be moving through tomorrow from Henri, and it's probably going to last in a Monday. So people are just out there trying to enjoy the only good day that they're going to get this weekend. And also, some of those people are probably down there because they have shore houses down there, and they're probably just boarding up and making sure that their houses are going to be all right. A 1 to 3 foot storm surge is expected along the entire Jersey shoreline.
The eye's looking more interesting in recent frames, and still no sign of a deviation towards the north. And I must say, the National Hurricane Center has a fine margin on their cone. When you look at it, hopefully we can show it again here, the cone really doesn't call for much margin for error there. It would be out of the cone if it goes to about 70, probably 70.9 degrees, and it's currently, what was the current position? 71.4. So if it goes more than 0.5 degrees east, then it exits the cone, which I find quite interesting considering that it's still moving northeast. I'm going to try and get the very latest image so we can get a latest position fix. I'd be very interested to know personally how far east it's tracking. It's now 71.2, so that means that it's probably already going to be east of the center of the next of that first forecast point, and it will probably be a further eastward revision in the next cone, which is quite a way away, admittedly, 6 hours from now, but be interesting to look out for that. Now, Ryan, you're showing us some more imagery, I think.
Yes. I was at this up of the wind speed probabilities of 50 knots. That's 58 miles an hour or higher. And it's up at 60% for eastern Long Island and Connecticut right now.
Yep.
This 50 knots is, well, seriously damaging winds, and that's a consistent speed. So people interest should be of eastern Long Island, Connecticut, and Rhode Island in particular, for damaging winds and widespread power outages, including damage to roofs, walls on well-maintained houses, sheds severely damaged, large trees blown down, and power poles blown down. This is going to cause some serious disruption over the next coming days.
Yep, and just to show the tropical storm wind field as the probabilities as well.
Yes.
And then we can talk about that surge graphic too.
There we go. I was looking for tropical storm wind probabilities. Yeah, more or less 90 to 100% for eastern Long Island right now, 80 to 90% for Connecticut, Rhode Island, and eastern Long Island. And tropical storm force winds, that is 39 mile an hour or higher for 1 minute average.
Yep. But for most coastal areas, the biggest problem is going to be this.
Yeah, the surge. In particular, that's 2 to 4 feet all along southern Long Island, and then south 3 to 5 feet. Eastern Long Island, 3 to 5 feet. That's 3 to 5 feet above sea level, above dry ground. So it's going to be pretty dangerous. And then Nassau Bay, 3 to 5 feet.
And that's also not mentioning high tide and the full moon.
Yeah, so in some areas, this may be higher. In some localized areas, in all these little creeks and rivers, this may be higher. Any little creek and river you may know, or little bay that may not be named, that may be higher. And then for Long Island Sound, on the north side of Long Island, when the wind is coming in from the north, that's going to be pushing it onto the northern side. And then on the eastern side, it's all going to be coming from the south. It's going to be a pretty nasty situation for any low-lying areas next to water in regards to surge, ignoring the wind and even the rainfall in general. And in the rainfall, that's 6 to 10 inches in some areas of Long Island and Connecticut. 4 to 6 inches as well. 2 to 4 inches. This is serious flooding risk, in particular for the western side of the system. And then, of course, on the eastern side of the system, it's mostly wind risk. And this is all going to be over a widespread area of hundreds of miles. There's going to be millions of people affected by this from tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. From our earlier interpretation, it was around 30 million who were in a 10% chance of 50 knot winds. That's probably gone down a little bit now, but still I expect fairly high. Let's just go back to the Montauk webcam again, and there it is. There's a boat docking there now. 3 to 5 feet, say, if it was to apply there, then that's probably up to the pier pretty much.
I'm just looking at the most recent, like the graphic, the local stuff here. The surf heights for Eastern Long Island beaches are going to be like 12 to 18 feet.
Yeah.
And that's added on to that 3 to 5 foot AGL. So that's going to be bad for Eastern Long Island. And even if you're in, say, Central Suffolk or even towards Nassau County, they're not the words either, because the Western Long Island beaches still have surf heights of 8 to 12 feet. And even on the Long Island Sound, that's going to be pretty bad. It's going to be an all-out. It's going to be bad for everywhere on the island. And now, and that's also key for New York City as well. New York, basically anywhere in the tri-state area, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, needs to prepare for the storm, as well as those in New England.
Of course. If you've got any questions for us, please send them in, and any observations on the ground. If you're getting rain right now, that might be interesting, because I've not seen any places getting it just yet. Of course, the main part of the storm is still far away. Start your message with Force 13 all in text in our chat if you're watching us on YouTube, and we'll be able to pick up your questions. I may have missed some from earlier. Could Henri change to its first path? Well, what was its first path?
Right off the east coast.
Yeah, I think it was right off the East Coast with possible landfall in Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket.
Right.
Yeah, Surge in Nantucket is going to be pretty nasty as well. And that's a holiday island for a lot of people.
It is.
Right, for those like in the Boston area. I don't think it's going to change track too much.
Well, I mean, it's been shifting more and more eastward all day after the last 2 days of having a westward shift.
I mean, I wouldn't call it out of the question, but I mean, if it's going to move eastward, then it might maybe clip, say, southeastern Connecticut towards Rhode Island. I don't know. It's going to be... I don't think it's going to landfall in southeastern Massachusetts, though definitely southeastern Massachusetts is also under the gun. That's just me. That's my opinion about that. I don't know.
Let me zoom in on this right now, and you'll see again a more visual example on what I mean before. Center of the cone from, I assume this was the last update. In any case, the eye quite clearly deviating eastwards of there, already near the edge of that cone. So if it does decide to go further up that way, I don't know how far it will go. Maybe it'll turn here. I shouldn't have
Yeah,
done
the
that. Then
question
it would
is,
end up going towards this area. Who knows?
the question really will be, when does it start that northward turn and northeastward turn? Sorry, northwestward turn, because it is moving northeastern right now.
A question once again: could Henri become a Category 3?
No.
Absolutely not.
Despite the
doubtful about that.
30-degree waters.
It honestly already lost its best chance at becoming a major, if it ever was going to be one. I even think Cat 2 is unlikely at this point. I don't think you're gonna.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's good.
Well,
No.
that's
not a
one
Cat 3.
thing. Well, having said that, the imagery, it's neither here or there really, but Recon could make this a game changer because they could get anything from direct observations.
That is true. I mean, they could get anything, as we learned from. Well,
Don't say it.
what
Which one are
Recon
you
went
saying?
in.
I've lost you.
Oh
my goodness, what was-
Recon could really find anything.
All right,
That was quite a noise.
that was a very interesting noise. We heard half of your message there, Jonesy. I hope you weren't comparing it to Humberto.
No, I was trying to say, how Recon could find anything, just like, Recon found that Grace was a Cat 3.
Oh, okay, fine. That's all right. How much of an impact will Henri likely make on New York City? Obviously, that's a very popular question, I'd imagine. Still expecting tropical storm force winds at the lower end. It's going to be more of a surge concern, I should think.
Surge and rain, yes.
Surge and rain, and also surge and rain, but also there's a good chance that there still could be tropical storm force winds. Again, if you're in New York City, don't think that this isn't going to affect you. If you are anywhere in downstate New York, you gotta pay attention to the storm. You gotta be very on your guard here. Like, you have to prepare. You're running out of time to prepare. You have to complete these by tonight.
Yes, sorry about that bit of quiet there. So currently 75 miles per hour, its current position 36.3 north, 71.4 west, although discovered recently that it's already now at 71.2 west. And that means that it's moving east of the forecast still, even just half an hour after that update came out. Obviously, we've got those storm surge warnings and hurricane warnings that are in effect, mainly for Long Island, but also for parts of Connecticut and Rhode Island, and is it into Massachusetts? I think it was.
For storm surge warnings, I believe so.
Yes, and tropical storm warnings, of course, extending into New Jersey as far as Manasquan Inlet.
Yeah, that's around the Point Pleasant area, or just to the north of that, where the tropical storm warnings are.
I'm not 100% sure about which counties are in that warning at the moment. I'm going to double check. But I think anywhere in northern New Jersey on the coast, I think is still under I think tropical storm warning. Looking at the map on weather.gov, the map for KX, I think Newark is certainly in it. but I don't.
Newark is not, because where I used to live was one town over from Newark, and they're not under a tropical storm warning. So I actually no. Newark is parts of eastern Essex County is. I take that back. Newark is under it. Where I used to live, it's a hit or miss for being in a tropical storm warning or not.
As we look once again at our live view from Seaside Park, New Jersey, looking perpendicular to land now, pretty much straight out at sea towards the southeast. That is pretty much the direction that the hurricane is. Quite a few people out there staring out to sea by the looks of it as well. I don't know why. But there you go. Is this area under warnings?
Seaside, good question. Give me a second.
But a little surge is possible here.
There is currently for Seaside, there is a hazardous weather outlook, a rip current statement, coastal flood advisory, flood watch, and hurricane local statement.
Yes.
Which is not a tropical storm warning or a tropical storm watch. It's in a that's pretty much the same as a tropical weather statement, which I'm currently under. I know all of Connecticut, including the inland counties in Connecticut, are under tropical storm warnings. I do know that. For New Jersey, tropical storm warnings, they're actually doing it for the let's see, for eastern Bergen, so actually good parts of Bergen, all of Hudson County, Eastern Union, Eastern Essex. Which one is that? That's under Union. I want to say that's Monmouth. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this. I don't even know my own counties in my state.
It's all right. Get your composure back. Jimmy P says, I live in Yarmouth, Massachusetts, next to Hyannis. What kind of conditions can we expect tomorrow and when?
I'm not really sure about Massachusetts. I'm going to have to look where that is. Okay, so Monmouth's the one afterwards, which is under a tropical storm warning. All of Middlesex County is under a tropical storm warning. Let me bring up NWS Philly then.
Now, Yarmouth, I believe, is on the peninsula. So I would...
Yeah.
Now, that area is somewhere that we're going to have to watch closely, because if the trend continues further east, places like Yarmouth could receive hurricane conditions. We don't know yet. As it stands right now, no, it will be tropical storm conditions. Interestingly, as we look back, and I want to look back at Ryan's screen, because it fascinates me how it has pretty much no rain at all for southeastern Massachusetts.
Yeah, it's all going to be wind and, well, surge, more or less. Because all the rain has been elongated by the shear of the west side. So it's all big one straight line on the western side of the storm. Of just rain. And it's pretty incredible. It's unusual even. And
But
again,
hold on, when was that rainfall graphic issued? Because it might be...
Let's see. Oh, I think it's
Sorry?
created 2:26 p.m. Eastern time today.
So it's not that old.
Valid to 8 p.m. Eastern time today. So until 1 o'clock tonight.
I'd be surprised if the rain envelope doesn't shift east as well, though.
So that's So this is the one created at 2:26, valid 2 p.m. through 8 p.m. Tuesday.
Nathan, one question. Has there been any changes to actual watches and warnings since 11 a.m.?
No. Oh, no, I'm not Nathan, but I know the answer to that. No.
I don't know. It's not changed since 2.
Hurricane probability of the winds, there is a 10 to 20% chance for some hurricane force winds in Long Island, Connecticut, and maybe a wee bit in Rhode Island.
Let's see. Monmouth County is also in New Jersey. That's going towards central on the northern end of southern New Jersey. All of Monmouth is under again, tropical storm warning. So that's the warnings in New Jersey. Where Seaside is, that's in Ocean County. They are not under tropical storm warning.
I'm going to continue to watch this satellite imagery very closely to see how far it deviates from the forecast cone. Let's see if we can get it on the mesoscale, which is the rapid scan imagery. This has generally a higher resolution, I think, but it has frames that go through every minute. And there's the progression of the storm there, and has the very latest imagery. Pretty much up to the minute. Gives you a nice close-up there of the storm's progress, but I think for most of this stream it's been better to show you the wide view, the big picture. But there it is, sailing on to the right hand side of that cone, and how long will it continue? That's going to be our big question this evening.
Watch it doesn't do a north and northwestern turn, and it just continues going northeastward.
That would be a...
that would be lovely for everybody.
It would be lovely, but it would be a PR disaster for the forecasters.
Yeah, it would.
And forecasters can't really afford to be wrong, because we talk about psychology and the public, and people will lose faith in forecasters. And when the next one hits and the forecasters got it, these people will complain that, hey, why didn't we know about it? Because we stopped listening to the forecasters who got it wrong last time. So yes, that's what we're up to with this, but it looks to be trending a bit east of the forecast right now, which is good news for most.
I'm gonna go through the local products right now. At least for New York. So hurricane warning and storm surge warning is in effect for southwestern Suffolk. Tropical storm warning is in effect for eastern Bergen, eastern Essex, eastern Union, Hudson, Brooklyn, Manhattan, northern Fairfield, northern Westchester, Staten Island, and southern Queens. Tropical storm warning and storm surge watch are in effect for southern Nassau. Hurricane warning in effect for northern Middlesex, northern New Haven, and northern New London. Storm surge warning and hurricane warning in effect for northeast Suffolk, northwest Suffolk, southeast Suffolk, southern Middlesex, southern New Haven, and southern New London, and a storm surge warning and a tropical storm warning on effect for the Bronx, northern Nassau, northern Queens, southern Fairfield, and southern Westchester counties. That's for New York. I'm not sure about Boston and their local area. This is just my neck of the woods.
Some more questions that came in. Is a hurricane landfall still on the cards? National Hurricane Center at their last update are saying no, that it was just shy of hurricane landfall, 70 miles per hour, but it could be. It's going to be a close one. Could Henri directly hit New York City? Now, when you mean directly hit, are you talking about a landfall? The answer to that most likely will be no. Do you mean hurricane force winds? No. Do you mean 50 knot winds? Very unlikely. Do you mean tropical storm force winds? Likely. And how bad are the effects likely to be in coastal New Hampshire? Tropical storm force winds and significant rainfall, I think.
Yes. Coastal New Hampshire, which is only a little bit of New Hampshire, is only in the 1 to 2 inch range for rainfall. As for Let's see. Surge. Is New Hampshire in a surge? Survey says no. Only to, let's see, it only goes to Massachusetts to the Merrimack River, which I believe is just shy of the Massachusetts-New Hampshire border. So no surge for coastal New Hampshire. And I mean, it's good. The current cone has it, being a remnant low once it moves offshore, and that's going to be in Maine as well. So it's going to be a remnant low and a remnant tropical depression low at that point. So only rain and maybe some gusty winds are what's going to happen in coastal New Hampshire.
Also consider rip currents as well, because rip currents could still affect the entire northeast and up to Atlantic Canada. You have to consider that possibility. So if you are near the shore in New Hampshire and Maine, you have to be careful that you don't end up getting caught in a rip current.
Jerry Stills, thank you very much for your support. It helps our work tremendously, and we've made massive progress in the last year, thanks to a lot of people's support. Asks, how's Providence, Rhode Island looking in terms of wind and rain? Now, yeah, that's another location where if the cone continues to shift east, which it probably will, considering that the storm's already going east of the last forecast, then places like Rhode Island will be looking more towards getting the worst of the storm. So hurricane conditions possible there at the moment, and rainfall amounts we could see. What are the highest amounts that we could see for that area? I think we're talking
For where?
for Providence, Rhode Island. As it stands right now, I'd imagine it's somewhat low, but it would rise if the cone shifts east.
For rainfall?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're looking to be about on the border of 1 to 2 inches of rain.
And a question from Jason: what are the chances of the Atlantic invest forming?
Wait, there's an Atlantic inlet?
I knew that was gonna.
There's one at 0 to 30% chance of them.
Yeah,
There is
the
an area of
NHC has
interest.
that. The
Let me double
NHC
check.
has that at 0-10 in the next 5 days. 0% in 48 hours and 10% in the next 5 days.
I think they're pointing at that little bit of rotation right down there near the Cape Verde Islands off Africa.
Yeah, it's currently to the southwest of that. It's about, let's see, probably I'd say that's about 13 to 14 degrees north and about 28 to 29 degrees west.
Trying to find it. John Banker said chance of power outage, Massapequa, Long Island. Hi. Anywhere on Long Island, anywhere on Long Island could be getting into power outage range, but the highest is threat for threat for power outages out east towards the east end. The county executive mentioned a little while ago, I think around 650,000, give or take, was without a power during Isaias, and I think the number is going to increase significantly from that point.
Okay. There's some other questions as well. Will it be bad for the Philadelphia area? Well, that's staying up right on the very edge of this storm, so I highly doubt that.
Philly is right on the border of 1 to 2 and 2 to 4 inches of rain. So the only thing that's going to be there is just rainfall. Tropical storm force winds probability.
But also, was Philadelphia affected by?
Philly's just 10 to 20. So
by
really, the only
Fred?
thing for Philly would be rain.
Sorry, we spoke over each other there.
For remnants of Fred, yes, they did get some rainfall from Fred. So Yeah, there is definitely the ground is saturated there.
Okay. Once again, we're looking at Coney Island there. Looks fairly... a little bit of activity. Can't tell if they're all people on the beach there or whether they're objects, but yeah, it looks fairly busy over there. The hurricane in the very far distance, or at least a part of it. Looking back at Montauk, that's how it's looking there right now. Looks like a fine evening there, really. The last one for a little while, as this could end up being very close to the centre of the storm, if the current forecast is correct. More questions whilst we look at this. What is the chance Henri makes landfall as a Category 1 as opposed to a TC?
Well,
I mean,
a TC. I think they probably meant to put TS, which is tropical
sure,
storm.
but
I mean, it's a tropical cyclone regardless of its strength.
Not much difference between what they're forecasting right now in a Category 1 landfall, honestly. Is there any chance that Henri might miss New England? I think we gotta say no to that.
Doubtful.
I'm not gonna 100% say no. I mean, I said earlier that what if it keeps going northeastward? But Nathan's like, then people would go, that would be a bad PR for the forecasters.
Well, it would. I mean, it might happen.
It would. It could happen. It would be bad PR for us forecasters, but I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not gonna happen. Impossible. Is it likely? No. It's going to happen? Probably not. Odds of it happening 0.01 0.5%, in my opinion.
All right.
Yeah, I
I
think
want to know the
it's-
calculations you made for that.
I'm not saying it's impossible, though.
And as we say that, the edge of the eye is now outside of the cone.
I may have spoken too soon. I may have to up the percentages to 1 to 2%.
I just find that interesting that yes, it's a narrow cone, but the edge of the eye is already outside of the cone for a forecast that was issued 45 minutes ago. It is a narrow cone, but if it was to, if it's going to stray on the right-hand edge of the cone, that means it's a landfall on the Rhode Island, Massachusetts border, rather than Long Island. And if it strays completely out of the cone, the eye, then who knows where it goes. But you do track it there and you draw a big line. I can do that for you. From its eye there up to there. Alright, so this way, keep following that line and it would take it still pretty close to this area of Massachusetts, Cape Cod, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard. So it's too late for the US not to be impacted by this storm. And of course, let's get back into real territory. We are expecting the northwestern motion to happen at any time, really, and then it will make its approach towards the New England region as a whole. Let's get some more questions. Will Henri form an eye before landfall? It's already got one.
It's got one somewhat.
Should keep it. Will we be streaming for landfall? Yes, we will. I don't know what our plan is for this evening. Still at this point.
Live there. I know there's going to be a live TWB at 0Z.
Do we know who's doing it? You have access to more comms than me when we're on the air.
Not sure. It might be Xavier if he's available, but I don't think he is. I'm not sure who's doing the live TWB. If we don't have anybody, it's probably just gonna be a normal TWB. We might do a US stream for this tonight, just a Q&A and final preparations. I do know, but I'm not sure who right now has the live TWB claim.
Sure. And of course, you can always join our Discord server. That's where our community hang out. discord.gg/force13 for discussion at all times of the day. A lot of people gather there, and quite often we talk about more than just the tropics. But back here right now, the latest on Henri, a Category 1 hurricane with 75 mile per hour sustained winds. Its pressure 991, sort of haunting me a little bit, reminding me of the year 1991, which was Hurricane Bob, which affected the same area at the same time of year. And that's what a lot of people are looking back at 30 years ago, pretty much to the day almost. And some people comparing it to Gloria, that was much stronger. Some people comparing it to, some people still talking about Sandy. It's not a Sandy. An Irene, some people saying, well, a little bit here and there, different track.
Right. The last hurricane to, I think, directly hit Long Island was Gloria in '85. Though we definitely had several close calls since 1985. At least in terms of actual landfalls. What I'm trying to say, more to clarify that.
Bob of 91 was close. It was very close and ended up going into Rhode Island.
Was that the year of the perfect storm 91?
Same year, yeah.
Yep, and the perfect storm actually formed from part of the remnants from Grace, which, Grace we just had. As we know, Grace never got retired, so it just gets reused.
Right.
Bob got retired and ended up being, as you know, replaced with Bill. And we've had Bill since.
One question that's in the chat: could Henri bring tornadoes to southern New Hampshire? The Day 2 SPC outlook
Day 2
has a
SPC has a marginal, yes.
marginal risk.
Tornadoes are a risk.
It is 2%. That marginal is a 2% tornado, and surrounding that is also a 5% wind risk. Not all of the marginal is in the 2% tornado. I'm going to mention that only eastern Long Island, the eastern half of Connecticut, western Massachusetts not in it, only southeastern New Hampshire, all of Rhode Island. That's your 2% tornado. So the rest of the marginal, which includes extreme southeastern Vermont, nearly the rest of Connecticut and Massachusetts, and a little more of eastern Long Island, going towards central Long Island. That's for the 5% for winds.
Our very own Alferia sends a message of support to our stream right now. Thank you very much, Alferia. And you'll probably see a few parts of him. He's going to be working, hopefully, on some of our Force 13 gaming stuff for when we're not tracking the tropics. But it's nice to see him in the stream. Let's see if we have any more questions just now. Do we think that Grace can be downgraded or upgraded?
I think they mean up.
Post-analysis, sure.
I know post-analysis. We went 120 at Landfall. I know NHC went up to 125. You could make the argument for either or on 120 and 125. I think by the upgrade he means by our analysis to 125, or in general up to 130 being Cat 4. I don't think it got to Cat 4. Can it be downgraded? I think the NHC could downgrade it to the same as our analysis, 120. Either or, that could happen. We'll just have to wait and see until post-analysis happens after the season.
And there was another question there. What's up with this recent increase in a hook into the northeast tracks in recent years? Well, I mean, of course, Sandy is a textbook one, and you've got this one, but I can't think of many others.
I mean, this is not. I mean, it's kind of a hook, but it's also at the same time not really a hook. Sandy's that textbook hook, yeah, which I still get absolutely triggered every time I see that track. But it had the setup for it. This is somewhat of a hook. I do see that, but I mean,
Yeah, a little.
I mean, it's I guess something we're just gonna have to deal with nowadays when it comes to the Northeast and such.
But we are only talking about 2 storms here, and I'm not sure. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm usually the
I-
historian on this, but I can't. You know, my mind's not on the history right now. But I'm sure there's some other examples,
Probably.
probably weaker ones.
Yeah, weaker ones. Well, Sandy didn't go up into Vermont. I just saw someone say both Irene and Sandy hit Vermont. Sandy's winds may have hit Vermont. Sandy's track did not go to Vermont. I'm just gonna preface that.
I
now.
mean,
Irene
the
did go up.
1938 hurricane did a bit of a hook, just a tiny hook, even less than Henri. I'm just looking for other examples there whilst we're on that subject, but you've got some storms that just came in. I mean, you had storms that hooked much earlier and hit other parts of the United States.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a pretty rare phenomenon. This time it's strong ridging.
I see, and I did see it on radar a little bit. I do see it on the imagery we're showing here. There's a little bit of rain in southern New Jersey right now, towards the Atlantic City, KMA areas. I don't know if they should have a webcam somewhere down there.
I think they do. I'm sure we showed some last year during Faye coverage. But I'll let you try and find one. Let's see more questions.
Yeah, I'll do that for next hour because we're 3 minutes from the top of the hour.
That's a good point, actually. We'll take one more question, then we'll go to a break and take some more. How much wind shear and dry air is impacting Henri at the moment?
I saw Nelson say in the chat relative humidity is around 55%, and as for the shear, it's about 5 to 10 knots of shear. I think I saw somebody said.
Just gonna have a little look here at the vitals. So wind shear is dropping quite a bit. We're down below 10 knots just. That will stay the case until landfall. Sea surface temperature's good. They'll drop off a cliff early tomorrow morning. Relative humidity, yes, around 50 to 55% and on the rise. So definitely an intensification window this evening. Whether the storm takes it or not, we'll see. And maybe some deterioration of that eye again in the latest frames. Just looking very bare on the northern side. But at this point, we're going to take a break here at Force 13 HQ once again, and then we'll begin our third hour of coverage on Hurricane Henri, coming up to 6 p.m. on the US East Coast. We'll be back in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Park, New Jersey there as we begin the third hour of our coverage this evening. 6 p.m. on the US East Coast, 11 p.m. here at Force 13 HQ, and a storm surge warning along with a hurricane warning in effect for Hurricane Henri, which currently has winds of 75 miles per hour sustained and a central pressure of 991 millibars. We've been tracking it on satellite in the last couple of hours, and of course we've been taking a look out at the webcams, although we of course aren't expecting anything much to happen from these views today, but this is the closest webcam to the storm, which is out there somewhere. There could even be a small storm surge for this part of New Jersey, 1 to 3 feet I believe it was, so that is something to watch out for, but I don't believe there's any warnings at this particular location. My name's Nathan Foy. We'll take some more questions in a moment. Once we get through the main business of this storm. Obviously hurricane warnings are in effect for a few areas here, significant parts of Long Island. Storm surge warning for the south shore of Long Island from Mastic Beach to Montauk Point, and the north shore from Montauk Point to Flushing, New York, and then on to Chatham, Massachusetts. Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard and Block Island also under a storm surge warning. Hurricane warning for the south shore of Long Island from Fire Island Inlet to Montauk Point, and the north shore from Port Jefferson Harbor to Montauk Point. New Haven, Connecticut to west of Westport, Massachusetts, and for Block Island. Of course, the storm surge watches and tropical storm warnings in effect as well, which we will go into detail shortly. In the meantime, let's just show you, if you haven't seen it yet, the latest National Hurricane Center cone from 5 p.m. which moved eastwards slightly, and you can see those extents of the tropical storm warnings there as well on either side of the hurricane warning, including in New York City. I'm joined by my team once again for another hour of coverage. This hour I'm joined by Ryan, Dimitri, Jonesy, Noah and Sam. Good evening to you all.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Noah, let's bring you in here. The storm has produced itself a decent looking eye, although convection on the northern side really wearing thin.
Yeah, it has been intensifying a little bit slower than I expected, but it's still expected to be a high impact event. And yeah, it has some struggles with sustaining deep convection around its core. It has been pretty fascinating looking at the storm. It has a pretty large influence on the East Coast, and it's especially cool to see the upper level features being so apparent in the structure of the storm, where you have this large outflow tail to the south and the upper level low, which is over Virginia right now, also being very apparent in the shape of the storm in general.
The southern tail does look pretty interesting, and big amounts of convection blowing up actually just off South Carolina there as well, which is interesting. All tying in with this storm. Now, we're watching that eye closely to see how far it strays from the cone, but yes, it does very much look like it's starting to turn northwards, I think. I don't know actually, it's still hard to tell, but I don't know, it's too early to say. Let's take some questions. will we do a live flight into Henri on the extra channel? For those who don't know, we sometimes do just to visually simulate what it would be like to fly into these storms on the flight simulator. We sometimes do that on the extra channel. I usually have to do that, so I'm not sure because I'm obviously doing this stream, which is far more important. So I don't know. Are we noticing now that Henri is going more north now and in the Kona northeast movement might be done? Well, that's what I was just thinking about just then. We'll see if that continues. Is this a slightly more southerly version of the perfect storm of 1991? It doesn't strike me as such.
Nah.
Like the perfect storm mainly for like wasn't the perfect storm like back then like more about like the wave threat and stuff like that when like when Grace back in 91 was like well offshore, because that is I think what's going on, because that was what happened with the perfect storm in 91. I think the only difference is between this storm and the perfect storm 1991 is that this thing actually has a chance of actually hitting.
Suppose. I don't really know. Is Cape Cod in trouble? Question mark. If the Eastward trend continues, I'd be more sold on that. Can't say that much yet, but tropical storm warnings will probably come out for that area. Some of it already is.
I thought they've already been in a warning.
I don't think the actual northern tip has.
I heard Cape Cod Bay. Let me double check. Let me double check because I think it was Cape Cod Bay that was in that area. Let me double check the actual
Cape
advisory.
Cod Bay is under a storm surge watch, I think.
Yes, a storm surge watch. I also.
But Cape Cod is not under a tropical storm warning.
That could easily change, but I'm not sure that might change by the next intermediate advisory at 8 o'clock or the next complete advisory at 11 o'clock tonight.
Don't know. Is it possible that Henri transitions into an extratropical cyclone before landfall? That would be very unlikely. Sea surface temperatures do drop off a cliff, but it's not going to be that quick.
Nah, it's not gonna be transitioning into a extratropical cyclone that fast. There's also not any process that would be helpful for tropical extratropical transitions, such as a large baroclinic feature like big upper level trough. There isn't really such a big feature, so it's gonna be a tropical storm at landfall or even a hurricane.
An interesting question. Will the hurricane warnings be downgraded to tropical storm warnings due to the National Hurricane Center forecasting it to weaken to tropical storm at landfall now? No, not until it actually loses hurricane strength.
Yeah, they put up a hurricane warning if they think hurricane force winds are possible, and it could also just weaken much slower than we think and make landfall as a hurricane. That's very much in the realm of possibility. So until it's a tropical storm over the cold waters, the hurricane warning will persist.
Yeah, even if it's like a high-end tropical storm, they would still put down the hurricane warning for those areas because they don't know if there might be consistent hurricane force winds.
Yeah, but they'd drop it if it weakens from hurricane status and it didn't have time to re-intensify.
Well,
Yeah. Ryan, could you show us the rainfall graphics again, please?
Yes. Certainly, sir. Here we go. As we expect, 6 to 10 inches in Long Island, 6 to 10 inches in Connecticut as well. In parts of, I believe, New Hampshire. No, sorry, Massachusetts.
Massachusetts there.
Yes, and New York. It's absolutely. The rainfall is not to be messed with here regarding Henri. It's quite the situation, as well as the storm surge potential. Get that loaded up.
And whilst you do, I'll read out those storm surge breakpoints as well. So it's quite a long list. But Flushing, New York to Chatham, Massachusetts, including Narragansett Bay, Buzzards Bay, Vineyard Sound, and Nantucket Sound, 3 to 5 feet. North shore of Long Island from Flushing to Montauk Point, including Long Island Sound, 3 to 5 feet. South shore of Long Island from Mastic Beach to Montauk Point, 3 to 5 feet. Chatham, Massachusetts to Sagamore Beach, including Cape Cod Bay, 2 to 4 feet. South shore of Long Island from East Rockaway Inlet to Mastic Beach, 2 to 4 feet. Cape May, New Jersey to East Rockaway Inlet, New York, 1 to 3 feet. And Sagamore Beach to Merrimack River, including Massachusetts Bay, 1 to 3 feet there as well. And that's all depicted on that graphic. Did you have anything to add there, Ryan?
Oh, sorry, I was typing.
That's all right. I was just wondering if you wanted to say
No,
anything else regarding the surge.
Regarding the surge, 3 to 5 feet in particular along the eastern side of Long Island. Long Island Sound, that is in the northern side and into Connecticut and Narragansett Bay, 3 to 5 feet. Buzzards Bay, 3 to 5 feet. Nantucket Island, Nantucket Sound, 3 to 5 feet. And that is above dry ground and presumably when the seas are not at high tide, and when the tide is also high, especially if there's an expected full moon, this may well be in local pockets be higher than 3 to 5 feet, and you should, if you're to evacuate as a recommendation, you should more than likely just do that for your own safety, as there is recommendations to be evacuated in some areas already.
Yep. And high tide will occur tomorrow around between 11:30 and 12 noon. That's just probably a couple of hours before landfall. Let's see if we can pop to some more of the cameras. So that again is Seaside Heights, New Jersey there. Looking pretty grim there right now. I know it's going to be starting to get dark, but very cloudy. I can't tell whether it's wet. I think it is wet there, yes. So there's been some rain. So that you could argue that's the first impact on land, a few drips and drabs of rain in New Jersey. But there we have it. Let's take a look at some of our other cameras whilst we've got them here. Sometimes they take a few moments. Let's try Atlantic Highlands, that's further towards the north there. Looking pretty calm. And we'll be checking all of these places tomorrow, of course, when we're probably going to be doing more extended hours of live streaming. Looking to Coney Island. That's how it looks there right now. Some dark skies in the distance, loosely associated with the hurricane.
Yeah, and on radar, I can see there are some significant showers moving into New York, significant bands of showers, and moving towards Middletown, New York, and this entire New York metro area. There's also some rain associated with a tropical cyclone at around Ocean City, New Jersey moving in. So effects of the storm already being felt at the Jersey Shore, and then coming towards Long Island.
And there's New York City right now. Some darker clouds over there, but generally not looking too bad there just yet. But you know, I expect that we're not going to see massive issues from these outer bands, are we?
No, just probably some rain in there and stuff like that. It's been dry most of the day, at least from where I was, and probably the same for New York City as well. There was some bands and that were hitting there, some showers and the like. I don't think this is too much of a concern. The real concern will come later tonight.
It's really hard to tell whether this is starting to make an oldie turn or not, so let me draw my little white line again and try to follow the eye of the storm and see whether it made a turn. I'm still not buying it. I still think it's a general movement north-northeast. There's some recent frames that make it look like it's wobbling westwards. Still not convinced just yet. Apparently one of our team put up a poll in our chat whether whether our viewers are under tropical storm watches or warnings. 29% said yes out of 241, which is interesting. So obviously take care in those areas. And thanks for tuning in, and hopefully this is useful in some way. That's what we're here for. But if you do have any questions for us, start your message with Force 13 all in text and with observations on the ground. Probably won't be that important tonight, but tomorrow, if it is safe to do so, please send in your observations through our YouTube chat or through social media. It'll be picked up by one of our team, I'm sure, and it'll find its way through to us here in the studio. So, what are we up to right now then? Does anyone else want to pick up on anything just now?
There was a question on I think there was a statement about Grace apparently killing 60 people. I have no idea if that is confirmed or not. Does anybody have any information about whether or not it's been the case? Because I have no idea.
No, but it wouldn't be a surprise, would it? Yeah, I'm afraid I don't have any information on that.
There was also a question about trends in the Recon data, but
Internet issues.
What is the status of Recon right now? We know a plane turned around. Another one en route?
Yes, there should be. I think it will maybe in 2 hours.
I know when they said the one turnaround, there should have been another one going. Oh, it looks like they're actually in the storm.
Oh, really?
Supposedly, according to what I'm seeing on Tropical Tidbit's website, it says they're in the storm.
A question there, what possible impacts do you think will be in Yarmouth, Nova Scotia? Now I'll have to just check up with my knowledge on what part that is. That's the part in the right at the southern point, southwestern point. So possibility for maybe tropical storm conditions there, who knows. Tell you what we'll do, we'll get the models up shortly as well. We'll take a little look at those. In the meantime, whilst we get that up, I'm going to throw it to Ryan's screen for a little while, showing us currently the wind probabilities.
This is for tropical storm force, and just look at how widespread this may well be. Incredible. And then for 50 knot winds, which is damaging, these can be quite damaging. This is 50 knot sustained 58-mile-an-hour winds. Eastern Long Island right now, 60-70%. Mid of Connecticut, 50-60%. And this will, of course, creep up and up as the system moves closer to the coast.
Unless it weakens.
Yes, unless it weakens, it's forecasted to go up another 5 mile an hour officially, and then maintain a bit right up until the 26-degree line, which is only 100 miles away from the coast. And then when it gets right up to the coast, it will slow right down to a crawl, and that's why the rainfall total is going to be so bad for certain areas.
Oh, I forgot about that. It was the stalling situation too.
Yeah.
Oh, I completely forgot. Because I was looking at it earlier on today, and I completely forgot that this thing was planning on stalling a little bit, which is about the last possible thing you want to be dealing with right now when you're dealing with a tropical storm. That only lengthens the time you have to bunker down.
Yeah, and when it stalls, the main problem will be not just tropical storm force winds, it will be rainfall across hundreds of miles and affecting millions of people. 6 to 10 inches is quite a fair amount, especially over a set time. That is going to cause a substantial amount of localized flood in flat low-lying areas.
What's interesting is that I think it was like 11.5 inches in like Hannahville back when Irene hit in 2011, but the state record, it's a weird one. It's like 13.5 inches of rain. What happened was that there was a storm that hit, I think, Maryland, which gave a couple inches of rain. And normally when it goes offshore towards the Atlantic, it dies down. In this case, it did not. It can like combine with like another like bit of energy, and then it went straight towards western Suffolk County. And there was like a little bit of like a and there's like a little tiny like area from, let's say, I don't remember, maybe, but Islip all the way up towards, well, maybe Ridge. And then that area, especially Islip, got hammered, and like the rest of the tri-state didn't get a whole lot of rain. Like New Jersey, like South Jersey got like a couple inches, but everywhere else did not get a whole lot of rain except for that one part of Suffolk County. It was weird.
Alright, I've got the models ready, the GFS at least. Let's take a look at what that's showing. So this, and we're going to look around the whole world briefly here. So obviously Henri at first, showing the size of that wind field and the hurricane wind field. Let's move it forward in time. This is what the last GFS model predicted. There it is, looking pretty decent, I have to say, at least on that wind field graphic. Much more symmetrical there, and then it makes landfall where exactly? Right there, look. In between Montauk and, is it Block Island at the end there? Yes. And then a landfall probably in let's see, just right on the border there between Connecticut and Rhode Island. Starts to weaken, and then it gets lost rather there. What's left of it becomes a frontal system, I think, moving off towards the Atlantic. Let's see if anything else forms in the Atlantic in the next 7 days. Hopefully it's good news and the answer's no.
We should have a break for the next 5 days. I'd
There
say
is
5
a
or 6 days.
system that moves through the Cape Verde Islands there near the end of that period. Whether that verifies or not, we'll have to see. And actually, more than that, looks like maybe a storm signal there near the Yucatan again, and a potent wave that reaches the Caribbean. So that would be interesting if that happened. I don't know whether it will or not. Right, let's look towards the Eastern Pacific. So what's left of Grace comes out there, you can see it there, and becomes a tropical storm briefly, moves off towards the left. Another hurricane forms there. That's a pretty straightforward hurricane there. And let's go back here. This is the remnants of Linda, still going, and still has tropical storm force winds according to the model. What's left of it, the remnants, will go through the Hawaiian Islands in the next 2 days. That's why it's still a code blue on Force 13 Ticos. And a tropical storm Omace, which you may not have seen yet, is actually a thing. There it is, and it could get near typhoon strength in the next 24 to 48 hours as it moves through the southernmost Ryukyu Islands of Japan, and then shoots northwards, hits South Korea, and then turns post-tropical probably as it's doing so. So that's what's happening out west. No other formations in the next 7 days. But just to show you again, Henri, and let's take a look at total precipitation. Let's take a look at what it is by the end of day 7, just to give you an idea of what this model is forecasting. So very large amounts of rain off the Carolinas out at sea, but in terms of Henri, you can see these numbers: 6, 7 inches, 6 there, 4s and 5s. Looks a bit low actually, according to a GFS model. But again, like with the NOAA graphic, very little rain along the eastern coast of Massachusetts and beyond, which is interesting, considering that they're going to get significant winds.
Yeah, 'cause it's all been elongated and pushed to the western side. All the moisture is just going to be pushed west and get caught up in that low trough.
Let's see if we can figure out exactly how that happens. We're now going to load up a simulated radar imagery loop. That will take a little while to load, I think. Maybe we'll manage to get through it a little bit, just to see where all of that rain energy ends up and how exactly it transfers all the way to the west.
I think that would be related to, in the process that would be related to that is that the tropical cyclone moves over colder water and we have less convection, and the convection that does occur is more likely to be at where we have the most baroclinic forcing, which is just to the which is more towards the upper level low. So most of the precipitation gets pushed towards the west and not to the side where we just have this big ridge.
Very interesting nonetheless. Well, there it is. Let's go back to the latest satellite imagery. And this is how the storm has been progressing in recent frames.
I also have to say, with the in the very recent satellite imagery, you can see some hot towers going up in the practically on all sides of the eye wall.
Yes.
So it seems like we have some some obvious strengthening right there, and also Henri is currently traveling over the highest sea surface temperatures it's gonna have its entire life, now and through the next 3 hours, and then it's gonna cross the line where we have favorable sea surface temperatures, and the sea surface temperatures drop off a cliff, and then it's gonna have progressively colder sea surface temperatures in about 3 to 5 hours.
Just drawing that line again. Interesting. If it was to continue deviating, you know, say to that extent, it's not going to miss a landfall. I'm pretty confident in that.
Yeah. I also posted something into live output where I just lined out, show some of the steering features that are influencing the storm and why it's going to make landfall.
I think we can get this on the screen. There we go.
So yeah, you can see upper level low outlined there on in Virginia and North Carolina. And when two low pressure systems interact, they're gonna like to slingshot around, so the upper level low goes to the south and Henri towards the north. And we have this big ridge, which is actually centered more over Canada, but the image doesn't go up there, so I just put the H over upper state New York.
Yes.
This ridge is gonna move just eastward and make the stage free for Henri to progress northward. And it may seem when you just see the upper level water vapor that Henri may do a much more pronounced westward shift, even into New Jersey, New York, but the lower level flow is guiding the storm more towards the northeast, which means just that it cancels out into a practically northward motion.
Yeah. All right, that's fascinating. Let's see if we've got some more questions. Will Henri get better organized or fall apart completely before landfall?
Well, it's currently better. It's currently organizing, and it's likely to do that throughout the next about 6 hours, and then sea surface temperatures are gonna decline pretty fast, and it's likely that we're gonna see a substantial weakening period before landfall, maybe even rapid weakening. Especially what's likely to weaken is the kind of structural appearance of the storm. The amount of convection is likely to go down significantly as it approaches land. Also, the depth of the convection. It's likely that we're gonna have very shallow convection and a pretty disheveled-looking tropical storm, which nonetheless could pack winds up to 70 miles an hour.
More questions. What are the chances of tropical storm force winds in Plymouth, Massachusetts? We've not covered these areas quite very much in recent times, so
No,
we're
we
not sure.
haven't.
Plymouth is on the way from the Cape Cod region to Boston along the east coast, so they're not yet in a tropical storm watch or warning. I'm surprised they're actually not even in a watch, you know.
Where, Boston?
Well,
Boston
and
isn't,
south
but
of there.
Nathan was talking about Plymouth. Plymouth is in the 60-70 probability of tropical storm force winds.
Blimey. They should at least be in a watch.
I think maybe they originally were in a watch, but then they got discontinued. I don't know.
There was a discontinuation like overnight. I don't know if that was that actual area.
The hurricane watches got discontinued. I know that, and I think there were tropical storm warnings there, but they maybe discontinued them.
All right. John Diner, I think, or Dina says, I live on the western edge of the cone in the middle of Long Island, Port Jefferson to my north, and Patchogue, is it?
Patchogue
to my south. How worried should I be?
I am.
That's a good question.
I'm very familiar with that area. That is the area where Route 112 is. If you know that area of Long Island, that's where Route 112 is.
You
going
said
from
Patchogue to
just
his
off the ferry, just off Port Jefferson all the way down to Patchogue Railroad. That area, I would be concerned. I would be concerned about that. If you are in that area, you have to be concerned. Um, you, they mentioned that you live in the middle, so
probably more inland from the coast because Patchogue and Port Jefferson are on their respective Long Island Sound and then a bay coast respectively. So probably by like Selden or Farmingville or Holtzville. So that's more of
Selden
the
or
inland part.
Bedford, maybe that sort of area.
I don't think.
Um,
I think they're gonna be because they're on the part. If they're in the middle, they're not gonna have to worry about the surge. It's not gonna go all the way to them. I think they'll be fine from surge. Definitely winds and rain is what I'd say they'd have to worry about, and probably some flash flooding as well. I don't think the surge is gonna reach them all the way there.
flash flooding, and also there could be tree damage.
Well, that's what I meant by winds.
Yeah, you're right on the money with that one. Flash flooding is definitely a concern there. Yeah, I don't know. If you, just don't. If you're in that area around 112, Route 112 there, don't travel north or south. Like if you are in like the Metford, the Coram area, towards maybe Port Jeff Station, don't you have to be careful. You have to be careful in that area in there. And also don't if you're also on say 25 on Route 25 goes towards also is on towards Selden, towards Center Reach and the like. I don't think you should be traveling. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the buses aren't going to be functioning in those areas, so you have to be careful.
I'm gonna cut you off here because we have a recon update.
Okay.
Lowest pressure that has been found. I don't think this is around the eye. This maybe is just outside the eye. 984.
That's in the eye.
That is in the. I see that on a blue barb. I see for the eye that would probably be 985. 984 is on a 30 to 34 knot barb.
Yeah, that's probably that's when it's associated with a. No, that green barb actually is exactly in the eye. So we're down to 984 millibars extrapolated pressure usually. You do the extrapolated pressure and put up by 1.6 millibars. But we're gonna find we're gonna have the data from the drop zones in about 10 to 20 minutes when it's gonna be up on tropical tidbits or on tropical Atlantic, and that's gonna be the final confirmation of the intensity in terms of pressure.
I think that they'll get this pass in, and they'll probably because they're going from the southwest, so they'll probably get another pass in as well before the advisory.
So can we look at? We have about 60 knot SFMR unflagged, and flight level winds also appears to be 60 knots. So this pass is probably on the weaker side on the southwestern quadrant.
Yeah, that's where they came in from. They came in from the southwest.
Yeah, they are. What altitude are they flying at?
The type of recon that this is, according to Tropical Tidbits, is low-level reconnaissance.
Okay, yeah, they're at 700 millibars. So when you put in 60 knots, 60 knots times 0.9, which is the flight level conversion of at 700 millibars, you get 54 knots. So round that up to 55. Put together with a 60 knot SFMR. So in the southwestern quadrant, this recon has confirmed so far winds of about 55 to 60 knots at the surface, and we're gonna see what the plane finds in the northern quadrant. Probably a lot higher winds, and also relatively low central pressure. I think that's lower than what is currently the official estimate, if I remember
By
correctly.
some distance.
The official estimate is what?
991.
Oh, okay, that's a lot lower than the official estimate. So current official estimate by NHC is 991 millibars, and confirmed by Recon is some pressure around 984.
Well, also don't forget they did not get a recon out there earlier because the recon had to turn around due to a maintenance failure. So they pretty much, due to that,
Yeah.
they had to stick with what they had around 2 p.m. and 11 a.m.
It is going into, if not already, in its warmest sea surface temperatures that there is, but it's still mitigated a bit by shear, which is why it's still elongated a little on the western side.
And also, the storm appears to be moving relatively fast. So when you
Yes,
have a
it's
storm
gonna be
that's moving
quick.
relatively fast, you have the winds on the western side are practically decelerating because of the movement, and get acceleration of the flow at the right front quadrant. That's why we practically always say right front quadrant, the eastern side of the storm, is the dirty side, so to speak. So you have the strongest winds usually, not always, but usually on the right front quadrant of any storm, relative to TC movement, of course.
So, is this thing going to be... are we expecting it to be stronger at the next advisory then?
Yeah, of course. In terms of wind, the Recon hasn't found anything spectacular so far. About 55 to 60 knots, which is 65 to 70 miles at the surface so far. It's probably gonna be a tad higher on when it makes a pass to the northeastern side, where we will likely have 75 to 80 miles per hour, I think. And also the pressure, they're gonna of course lower the pressure. We just got confirmation of roughly 984 millibars. NHC advisory had 991, so
So there we have it, and right now on the satellite imagery, looks like the eye is getting clouded over by convection. The northern side, really not much to it, but I wonder if this might be the start of a big burst here. I'm not sure.
yeah, it also looks to me that there's some bubbling convection practically in the entire eye wall of the storm. It doesn't really show up that much on now. It does a bit show up on IR when you look at the floater imagery, but it's really apparent on the visible that there's convection going up all the way around the eye, especially this really big burst in the southern quadrant, which is pretty interesting, which is actually a pretty deep burst around. I think the peak lowest cloud tops in terms of temperature is roughly negative 70 degrees Celsius. So that's a pretty deep, intense burst of convection.
Okay, let's see if we can take some more questions. What are our thoughts on all the convection firing right now? Well, we've just mentioned that really, but is convection the surest sign of strengthening without the direct recon measurements, of course?
Well, it's a tropical cyclone, of course, needs to release latent heat to strengthen. So there are pretty much two forces acting on a tropical cyclone. That one is increasing the intensity, is the release of latent heat, and one is decreasing the intensity, which is surface friction with the ocean. And latent heat is released by convection, and when you have more latent heat than surface friction on the acting on the tropical cyclone, you're gonna have strengthening. And when you have a genuinely this ice structure and there's convection firing around it, that's practically a sure sign of strengthening. Sometimes you have these unorganized structures where you just have massive unorganized bursts of convection that are going up. You have cloud tops reaching extremely cold temperatures, which we call the cold cloud cover (CCC) pattern, where you have massive intense latent heat release, but this isn't organized in any core-like structure, so it doesn't have effect on the tropical cyclone's intensity. But this is very different, where when you have now convection firing around the eye, that's strengthening.
All right, thank you for that. People are already asking us what intensity we're going with for the storm. I couldn't tell you. Our analysis team, will probably come up with a fix at 0Z, which is when the National Hurricane Center's next update will come out. Who knows what they'll say?
So, to have an intensity now for the storm, we just need to have the Recon pass through the northeastern quadrant, which is going to be in about 10 minutes. We have the data from the northeastern quadrant, and then I can also say how the intensity is likely to be in about 10 minutes. But currently we just have confirmed about 60 knots at the surface in the southwestern quadrant, and a minimum central pressure of 984 millibars.
And that was pretty close to the center, yeah?
Yeah, that was in the center, and now we have they didn't actually go into the northeastern quadrant. They just went north, and they found not any strong flight level winds. Flight level winds actually peaking at 40 knots in the northern side. So
That is not a surprise.
they're gonna have to go into the northeast or the eastern quadrant to find the probable maximum wind. So far, no support for hurricane intensity, but it's likely that
could you
we're gonna have
imagine
that.
the pressure goes down by 7 millibars, yet they can't find hurricane force winds? Oh my goodness.
That would be wonky.
Yeah, certainly will.
I'd imagine that the highest winds are still are there where they haven't sampled so far. It seems pretty unlikely that the winds are so weak with a pressure that low.
Yeah, you would think. Looking again on the infrared imagery now, new frames there showing that the wall is trying to wrap around the eye again, the northern side. It's almost like the eye is outpacing it nearly. But interestingly, it looks like it is still deviating east and is just about to exit the cone.
Yeah, I think it's might even make a Rhode Island landfall.
That's what it would trend towards if it keeps going in this fashion.
I have to say that's a pretty impressive burst there on the southwestern side of the eye in the southern quadrant, and we also just now, when you look at the latest frames of the mesofloater, you have additional deep bursts of convection going on to the west of this initial big burst, which shows that they are likely actually structural burst and wrapping around the eye. So sure signs of strengthening right now, as Henri is going over its highest sea surface temperatures it's gonna have for its rest live.
It's an odd storm, this.
Hey,
It doesn't look fully tropical.
it's pretty odd to have this very large envelope and this tiny core convective area. It's pretty odd looking. Yeah, I have to admit.
Okay, let's see if we can get some more questions just now. I don't see any new ones. Please tag us for us to probably notice. Let's see. Newport is where it will track dead center and make landfall, but it will be weak by then and no rain bands coming inland with it, says David Yule. All the rain is clustered on the southeastern edge. That's more of a statement. I don't know if you guys would agree with that. I mean, that's probably just speculation more than anything else. Newport, Rhode Island, that is certainly a possibility for a landfall spot, though.
A lot of people. Okay, so there was a lot of questions about like power outages in like say St. James. Well, I'm just gonna simplify this matter. If you are on Long Island right now, you have to prepare for power outages. I'll just leave it at that. Because there's could be widespread power outages across the island and also towards New York City. So be prepared for power outages. I'll just leave it at that. There's another question from the same person mentioning that if you're not near large bodies of water, should be concerned about flooding. Yes, because of the rainfall. Because there's still a good chance that flash flooding could be a concern, and that could hurt people. That could cause people to get killed. Like, that is not something you should joke around with.
Here's the view once again from Seaside Heights, New Jersey. This is in one of the edges of the storm, some convection blowing up in the area. Obviously it's been rained on there. Doesn't look like it's been particularly heavy rain. Still people milling about, you know. Not much of a situation there, but just to show you, that's probably the first real effects of the storm on land. Some rain. Obviously we're going to be seeing a lot more worse things tomorrow.
Yeah, just a little bit of rain went through Seaside. A little bit of the rain was definitely heavier down towards Atlantic City, Ocean City. I did send a webcam to Atlantic City in the this live discussion chat, and I also sent some for Wildwood, where there was some rain earlier, or it actually missed Wildwood to the north. The rain did, but that is that.
Now, a question. Considering the new convective burst, could this storm possibly do something similar to Grace? Not
No.
in this part of the world.
No,
Not
in this
that
part
far
of the
north.
world.
It just has about 5 hours over the very warm sea surface temperatures of the Gulf Stream, and then sea surface temperatures are gonna decline rapidly. So about 5 hours to go to intensify, and then it's likely to begin a phase of weakening. Begin.
Looks like Recon has found 96 in the center.
Yeah,
So that 984 was probably in the eye wall.
How does that work?
Or just in around.
Well, we'll just see what Recon is gonna find in what the drop zone is gonna find in terms of pressure.
Yep, we're just waiting on that to get uploaded to Travel Tidbits. We know
It should be around 984, 985, somewhere in that region.
So So now a lot of people questioning whether will this become a Category 2?
It's pretty unlikely.
It's
I don't know,
unlikely.
though. I don't know.
It's possible. I mean,
We have to.
don't forget. I mean, Irene did go up to a 2 in the Gulf Stream before weakening back down to a 1 before landfall in New Jersey.
Did it?
Sandy went up to a 3 in the Gulf Stream before going down to a 1 in the Gulf Stream before making landfall in New Jersey. So I mean, it could become
No,
a 2.
it didn't.
And Sandy did intensify to Cat 2 before landfall.
Yeah.
For making this west hook. Sandy was a Cat 3 in the Caribbean between Jamaica and Cuba.
I'm sure Irene
thought I
never
saw
got back
Henri-
to 2.
I thought I saw Sandy made a. I don't know. Sandy went to 2, not a 3 before. in the
And
Gulf Stream.
Irene made. Irene was a Category 3 north, I think somewhere near the Bahamas.
In the
north of
Bahamas, yeah.
Greater Antilles, and then made Category 1 landfall in.
Oh yeah,
North
Irene
Carolina?
Irene never went back into the Gulf Stream. It just went up the coast. Never mind.
Latest imagery looks fairly impressive with that big convective burst, as you've mentioned.
Yeah, that will be to do the warm water, I would say.
Yeah, it's also just that the convective bursts are entirely limited to just the eye wall. So usually when you have such a convective trend where vertical hot towers that are rotating around the eye are just limited to the eye wall, it's a sure sign of intensification. And when you read studies about a rapid intensification, that's usually something that's standing there a lot of times. Rapid intensification in this case is rather unlikely because of the it has still over the warm water, and also the current structure of the storm doesn't look the very best, and not the most ready for rapid intensification phase.
I'd like to thank Kat for supporting us during our stream this evening as well. Thank you very much for that. And we hope that our coverage is helping many people out there this evening as we look towards Henri's landfall, which looks to be happening tomorrow afternoon. We're going to take a short break now. We'll be back with another hour of coverage in just a moment, and then in the next hour, towards the end of it, we will have the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Stay tuned, we'll be back in just a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Us once again for another hour of coverage is the view from Seaside Park, New Jersey, looking out to sea towards Hurricane Henri, which still has winds of 75 miles per hour and an estimated central pressure, well, at the last update, of 991 millibars. However, Recon in the last half hour has found a pressure somewhere around the 985 millibar range, which suggests that this storm has commenced a strengthening phase, and satellite imagery is starting to back that up as well. My name is Nathan Foy in the studio once again. We're on our fourth hour of coverage, and then at least my team is going away, and then I'm not sure what's going to be happening with our streams. But if all else fails, we'll still have our automated Henri stream up and running for the foreseeable until tomorrow morning when we pick up live streaming once again. And of course, our team will be producing lots of regular videos as we go along as well. Was that video even working? That's just a still picture of me. That's supposed to be working. Alright then, well that's that. Now we're on to... Hello Dimitri, Jonesy and Noah. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm still getting over that. Alright, that is, but obviously much more important matters. Hurricane Henri there, showing its potential intensification phase there, blowing up in its convection, and Recon are in the storm right now. Have they found anything else?
No, they have been going into the northern side and found flight level winds roughly around 50 knots, which isn't overly impressive. And I expect them to turn around and sample some of the quadrants they haven't sampled so far. In the next 20 to 30 minutes, we will have a better idea on how strong the storm is exactly in terms of wind speed.
We certainly will, and hopefully just in time for the 8 PM intermediate advisory, which we're expecting at the end of the hour.
Yep.
So just to reiterate the latest warnings, as we do typically at the top of every hour, and I'll read them all out here. It's quite a long list. Storm surge warning for the south shore of Long Island from Mastic Beach to Montauk Point, New York. The north shore of Long Island from Montauk Point to Flushing, and from Flushing to Chatham, Massachusetts, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, and Block Island. A storm surge watch for East Rockaway Inlet to Mastic, New York, north of Chatham, Massachusetts to Sagamore Beach and Cape Cod Bay. A hurricane warning for the south shore of Long Island from Fire Island Inlet to Montauk Point, and the north shore from Port Jefferson Harbor to Montauk Point. New Haven, Connecticut to west of Westport, Massachusetts and Block Island. A tropical storm warning for Port Jefferson Harbor to west of New Haven, Connecticut. South shore of Long Island from west of Fire Island Inlet to East Rockaway Inlet. Westport, Massachusetts to Chatham, Massachusetts, including Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. And coastal New York and New Jersey west of East Rockaway Inlet to Manasquan Inlet, including New York City. Storm surge expectations 3 to 5 feet for large parts of the coastline that's under threat at the moment. So that could be a significant surge, especially with high tide tomorrow morning just before midday. Rainfall expectations, expecting to produce rainfall amounts of 3 to 6 inches over portions of Long Island, New England, southeast New York and northern New Jersey Sunday into Monday. with isolated maximum totals near 10 inches. Heavy rainfall from Henri may result in considerable flash urban and small stream flooding, along with the potential for minor and moderate river flooding. Those are the main threats. Significant storm surge, rainfall, winds will be there. The unprepared will suffer if they're not prepared for the winds, but the wind shouldn't be the worst factor of this storm. It will most likely be the surge and flooding. Of course, we will take your questions once again on this hour of coverage before we finish up at the end of this one, and then throw it back to the automated system. Oh, a question from Jason there. How big is Henri?
I'm gonna have to look at something real quick.
Oh, we'll let you look at that whilst we take a question from Marlene. When is the 2020 worldwide animation coming out? People have been waiting for that for so long, haven't they? It's partly not my fault anymore because it's we're in the process of transition. It's gonna be at some. We're nearly the full way through 2021. My goodness. So I don't know, but it'll be at some point. Can we see a Plymouth, Massachusetts possible Oh dear. Can we see a Plymouth, Massachusetts landfall? Is it possible?
No.
Yeah, probably not.
It would literally have to go into that bay where it is with Cape Cod and do a west. Basically, it would have to go east, turn around, and then do basically like a boomerang action to do it.
But maybe the questioner just means that it would track over Plymouth, which is not impossible.
I mean, it could. It could track over Plymouth, but a direct landfall from the east, no.
Would you say... I'm sorry, we're going on to the next question. Hurricane 7 says, would you say this storm could reach 90 miles per hour or even stronger? If so, what are the chances, in your opinion?
I think, well, right now they're only calling the peak at 70 knots. That's down from 75 knots, which was the original peak. So they're not calling an 85 mile an hour peak anymore. I think 85 is going to be my peak with a chance of 90 being the strongest that it gets to. I don't think you're going to see it get any stronger than 90 unless this decides to just rapidly intensify in the high 29s and 30s of the Gulf Stream.
Maybe a 10 or 15% chance. Sorry.
What were you saying?
Maybe a 10 or 15% chance of maybe 90 miles an hour, but it's doubtful.
I'm going to be real here. I would say that there's, less chances of than 10 or 15. There's better odds of things with 15%, but not the time to make those kind of jokes. That's for 413 Sundays.
It's really looking more the part invisible right now with the convection blowing up.
I mean, it could get to 90. That would be my absolute highest peak. But I think it's going to be 80, 85 miles an hour is what it's going to be. Its actual peak. Winfield, I do have that now.
All right, thank you.
So it looks like tropical storm force winds go 100 nautical miles to the northeast, 130 southeast, 100 southwest, and 40 to the northwest.
Of course, the cloudiness influence of the storm is much larger than that.
Yes. The 50-knot winds are only on the eastern side of it, and that would be 60 to the northeast and 80 to the southeast. And the hurricane winds they're saying is just in the southeast, 40 nautical miles to the southeast.
So some more questions that came in. Could Grace strengthen to a major hurricane again in the eastern Pacific? That would
well,
be
it wouldn't be Grace.
That's true, it wouldn't be Grace. So I guess the default answer to that is no, but it would be a no anyway because it's probably going to get strong TS at its strongest.
And to answer the 2020 worldwide animation, I know Xavier's the one working on that. He's just waiting for the cyclone analyst just to finish their post analysis, which honestly they've probably gone into from what he said, they've gone into reanalysis multiple times. So that's the only thing that's holding up the 2020 worldwide animation. Because otherwise Xavier would have had it done and out already.
All right, this
I know
is.
he's.
I'm
I know
sorry.
I know Xavier's already to May, in 2020, but that's everything I know. Just you gotta ask him.
Yeah, like he said, he's waiting on some stuff from the
All right.
cyclone analyst team.
An interesting
Because
question.
they've gone into like their 5th reanalysis on some
Oh
stuff.
my goodness. An interesting question that came in, and the answer's even more interesting. Bobby says, can you please tell me what is Henri's Dvorak T number? I had a look, and on both ADT scales, they're giving it a 2.2.
Okay.
Nice.
Which is 40 miles an hour, so that's not right.
Nice Dvorak's. Nice that Dvorak can show that in the statistic it has huge arrows with intensity.
Oh, sorry, I
of
misspoke.
storms that are the
2.6, not as
subtropical.
bad. 2.6, not 2.2.
2.6 is still bad. It needs
Yeah.
T4.0 or so for the current intensity.
And that's just one of many other ways that we use to measure a storm's intensity. Of course, satellite-derived estimates are trumped by the direct measurements in that Recon plane right now.
Yeah.
More questions. When will Henri make landfall? We're looking at early afternoon tomorrow.
Yep.
And have we downgraded Iota to a category 4? I don't know what they've done. I personally wouldn't.
I personally wouldn't too.
I know the NHC did downgrade it to a Cat 4.
Yeah, but I think you have to consider that you might have some. You might have a flight level conversion that is higher than 0.9. With some drop zones, they might suggest that there has been better mixing than 0.9, which is to be expected by a high intensity storm. So I think both 135 and 140 knots, it's practically not a big difference. Only that the category, I think it just comes from us thinking in those Saffir-Simpson categories that it's such a big deal for many people.
Well, yes. Oh, there's another view of the storm right now. There it is down there. And over the center of Henri right now, it's just about to lose the sunlight. It's about to get dark over the center of Henri, and we go from the visible imagery to the infrared. And same can also be said over there at Coney Island. That's the view there right now. You could see well off into the distance earlier, but now it looks pretty hazy, if not foggy in the distance. Probably maybe some rain out there. But that's one spot that could be significantly impacted by this storm tomorrow afternoon. And don't forget that despite the landfall being in the afternoon, the tropical storm force winds are expected to arrive probably around breakfast time. So any preparations should be completed tonight. Let's take some more questions. The reason, James Squires says, the reason why it reminds me of Sandy, because the clouds on the east side are getting pulled eastward. Why is that happening with Sandy in this one? I'm not sure I understand that question, but I don't know if you guys have any response to that.
Clouds on the east side are getting pulled eastward. What?
But
If you mean
if we were in 2012 right now and we had this image in front of us, some people would be forgiven for thinking that it actually was Sandy. It's in a very similar position. It sort of looks similar, only it's much smaller.
But the thing is, if you mean the clouds on the eastern side are getting put eastward. What?
Rephrase it for us, please. Super Typhoon says what happened to Grace died earlier today. It weakened extraordinarily quickly, really, from a Category 3 landfall in the early hours of this morning to a remnant low at the 5 p.m. advisory this evening. And how long does Henri have left to intensify?
6 hours.
Yeah, I'd say probably 6 hours or less. I threw an image in the live output, which I know Ryan put into live discussion before he left. I did crop it a little bit because it was from a TV channel, so I'm not sure. That way, I just cropped it just to show the graphic and image. As you can, I don't know if we're gonna show it or not, but someone was saying like this could get to like Cat 3 by landfall because it is like 10 hours to intensify. Blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, no, because Henri's in that orange or red, about to move into the red part of the Gulf Stream, and then it's gonna get out of it, and that's when it's gonna start to weaken. It's not, the Gulf Stream's not all the way up to Long Island and New Jersey and Connecticut. The Gulf Stream only, once it gets past North Carolina, it goes out to sea. So it's not gonna, it can't strengthen all the way up.
Oh, it drops off mighty quickly. Always does.
Yeah. It drops off pretty quickly. And you can see that in that image.
Like the low sea surface temperatures, I thought I just checked it out a little while ago. Pardon. There was a buoy about 20 nautical miles south of Fire Island. I think the sea surface temperature there is like 74 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know the exact translation to Celsius at the moment. Can somebody help me with that?
25 degrees.
Yeah, it's like 25. The greens are about your 76 degrees Fahrenheit, and then you're going towards 75 and 70, or what is that? That's more actually, no, the greens are actually like 78. This is based on whatever graphic this is, and then the blues are going towards like 75, 74, 73, so.
The eye of the storm is now clearly outside of the cone, which is interesting.
I think what the one question meant with clouds on the eastern side getting pulled eastward is the cirrus outflow, but outflow of the tropical cyclone is divergent in every direction by definition. Only if there is shear from another source, you're gonna have cirrus clouds moving in another direction than just radially outward. So that's just a theta of the shear being low around the tropical cyclone. But I don't see anything particularly specific to Sandy with this.
I think the person who asked the question is clarifying. He said, sorry, I meant Sandy got pulled eastward by a trough. Is this one in getting pulled slightly eastward because of a trough or a high pressure system?
In terms of the general synoptics, it's a little bit similar. Sandy had a really big upper level trough that pulled it to the west, not the east, made this westward hook into New Jersey. This is a little bit similar, but all the features that are steering the storm are much weaker because we are, of course, early in the year and the jet stream is much weaker, and also we are the main steering feature is this cut of upper level low over Virginia,
and that's a little bit similar, but all the steering features are much weaker, which is why we don't have as much baroclinic forcing to make this huge sized tropical hybrids, tropical extratropical hybrid storm, which Sandy and, for example, Teddy both had. They both had this very similar synoptics.
Interesting. From couple things are interesting here. I'm looking at the chat here. 413 AU has mentioned that the Southampton town supervisor Jay Snyderman said that the town was considering issuing a voluntary evacuation for about 6,000 people. Also, interesting to note is that both county executives have mentioned shelters. See below in the Suffolk County supervisors mentioned that there are 5 shelters, all of them high schools, opening that should have been open as of like about 22 minutes ago. East Hampton, St. East, Brentwood, Hampton Bays, and Riverhead High Schools. There's also a pet shelter at the Suffolk County Fire Department in Yaphank, and in Nassau County, Laura Curran, the Nassau County Executive, mentioned that shelter is available at Nassau Community College, and the Red Cross recommends anyone seeking shelter to bring your medications, clothing, pillows, blankets, hygiene supplies, and important documents. And if you're traveling with pets, the local SPCA asks to bring their leash, food, medicine, and litter.
We have some news from Recon data. We have a vortex data message. They have fixed the minimum central pressure at 988 millibars, which is a few millibars higher than we initially thought. And the eye, they said the eye is a 25 nautical miles circular, and it's open to the northeast.
25 miles, pretty large.
Yeah. I think it's about average size. 20 to 30 miles nautical miles is what I think it's average size eye.
Sustained convection now over the southern eye wall.
Yeah, not much important information else from the vortex data message.
One interesting thing to note, mentioning the high schools here, is that for most of Long Island, schools have not actually opened yet for the new school year. They usually open in early September, so this is actually a bit of a break, because in this situation, they don't have to worry about closing down schools because the schools are currently closed for the summer holidays. That's an important point.
Yeah, that's good to know. Another question, is this going to affect Atlantic Canada with rainfall and thunderstorms and tornadoes?
Pretty unlikely.
Tornadoes,
what
no.
you're likely gonna see is, I even think that a rain above 1 or 2 inches is pretty unlikely. What you're likely gonna see is that the storm moves inland. Most of the rain is west of the center, which is away from Atlantic Canada, and then it stalls inland and moves out to sea slowly as a naked convection, naked vortex without convection. It's also pretty likely to weaken pretty fast inland, because there's, as I mentioned before, not any strong, large baroclinic features which are likely to, which would make the storm a bit more, make a extratropical transition and sustain the strength of a storm a lot more. It's likely to weaken very fast as it moves inland.
Another interesting point here, if you are from Full Sleeve Chats in the comment section, which mentions another good point, if you have to evacuate to a shelter, please wear your mask at all times, whether you're vaccinated or not. Everyone vaccinated or not is equally exposed to COVID and Delta. And I don't know. Now, I haven't heard anything regarding rules regarding whether people who are going to go into a shelter have to wear a mask or whatever. That I think you have to check with the local shelter there.
Yeah, and we have a eye drops on, and as we expected, it confirmed the pressure a little bit higher than what we have seen from the extrapolated pressure that probably came from a mesovortex. 988 millibars with west northwesterly flow at 6 knots. You could argue that you round out the
Yeah, that it would round down a millibar maybe.
yeah, exactly. My internet was bad. Just as I wanted to say that.
But what about winds?
They are flying in again to make a northwest to southeast pass, which would likely cover the strongest convection where I think the strongest winds will be. I haven't seen any drops on that shows particularly strong winds. I'm looking through them. Yeah, every drop zone they have dropped is outside the area of maximum wind. And so far, as I said, 55 to 60 knots at the surface in the southwestern quadrant.
Okay, so what we've seen from the storm so far is small amounts of rain, which mainly happened along the Jersey coastline, as you can see at one location here. But the real effects of the storm will not be felt in most areas until the early hours of the morning. And by the late hours of the morning, tropical storm conditions will be arriving on the coast of New England and Long Island there, and then the landfall either on Long Island or further to the east will occur early afternoon. Quite a lot of activity there in New Jersey. Those areas will probably escape tropical storm force winds. Chances are very low here, but certainly breezy, as you can see from that flag post on the left hand side. If you've got any questions for us, we're here for another half hour. The National Hurricane Center will also be updating soon, and we'll get that information as soon as it comes in. Given that Recon are inside the storm, they will probably wait until the last minute to get the information posted, because usually we jump on it because they often release early. Just like earlier on, the 5 p.m. update came out at 32 minutes past 4. It's not going to be early for this intermediate. Let's see if we got some more questions. Let's see what we have. Have we seen that storm the GFS is picking up in the Caribbean 6 days out? It's a little far, but it's something to watch. We looked at models earlier on briefly, and there is a little signature that appears in the Western Caribbean, and also a potent wave that moves through into the Eastern Caribbean. So yeah, some things to watch there, and also Cape Verde could have something in the next 5 days. Would a Category 5 form again in the Western Pacific this September to December? Usually happens.
Pretty likely.
Could Henri undergo rapid intensification?
No.
No.
Sea surface temperatures on Long Island, like near Long Island, are just too low.
Yeah, it just has about 5 hours until the sea surface temperatures until it's gonna cross the line where the Gulf Stream meets the colder waters from the north. and the sea surface temperatures are gonna drop off the cliff in about 5 hours. So it has a 5-hour window to deepen some more, which if we have relatively significant pressure drops, might take it into the lower 980s. But
Which,
that's it.
according to Recon from the eye drop sonde, which was launched at 22:35, so about an hour ago at 6:35 Eastern, pressure at the surface is 988. Do think
Yep.
that maybe that's a little high, but maybe especially because I saw barbs of around 986 around the area that they dropped it, and
I mean,
they did a little, and there were some areas, I guess what would be considered the eye wall or whatever, being 984, 985. So it'll be interesting to see what the
if you
NHC decide. They went west after going north. They're going to be coming in from the northwest side. I guess they're doing a northwest to southeast run at it, and we'll see if they're able to get one more sonde in there, and if they're able to complete that run before the advisory, which is supposed to come out in about the intermediate advisory is supposed to come out in a half hour.
They're going to keep
So
it
I
at
can-
75 miles an hour, aren't they, really?
Jonas,
I'll probably keep it at 75 and then just update the pressure.
I can tell you that extrapolated pressure is not perfect, and the drop zone observation is definitely better in confirming the actual pressure of the storm. And also, usually, extrapolated pressure has a bit of a low bias, so usually the pressure is about 1 or 2 millibars lower than it actually is by drop zone confirmation if you take the average of several TCs in the Atlantic Basin. So it's pretty much expected to have some variation from the extrapolated pressure, and for example here it's upward to have a bit of a higher pressure than what was shown initially.
Looking once again at Seaside Park, looking at the coastline there, and waves rushing in. Not too much going on here. But this is the one of the closest cameras to the storm itself. Let's go back to the satellite imagery and its progression there. The eye teetering along the eastern edge of the forecast cone, which is good news for places like New York City, which will get further and further to escaping from tropical storm force winds if it continues in this pace. It would be bad news for people more on the peripheries of the New England coastline, Massachusetts in particular, because the storm could be headed that way, or possibly for a Rhode Island landfall. As it stands right now, they are expecting landfall to occur right near the eastern part of Long Island. And just to double check, Recon will have time to sample the strongest part of the storm before the update, won't they?
Possibly.
Oh, only
Yeah.
possibly.
It takes about another 10 minutes to get 10 or 20 minutes to get there, and NHC update is, I think, is it in 25 minutes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So they will likely have sampled the strongest winds before the NHC update.
There's another question from earlier. What is our analysis of Grace's Peak? You know what? I haven't seen Grace's Peak yet because I was in bed. I was doing. When did I do coverage? I can't even remember now. But I know I was in bed when it made landfall, so I didn't actually see the peak. I saw it at the National Hurricane Center update for 120 miles an hour.
And
Your
then
thoughts,
at
team?
landfall, they upped it to 125.
So I've seen, I've looked at the flight level winds. I think it was 115 or so, and I looked at a drop zone that had throughout the lowest 150 meters of the atmosphere run averaged average wind of 150 knots, and I think both roughly supports the 125 miles per hour from the NHC. So I'm exactly on par with NHC with 125.
Interesting and pretty fascinating how it managed to intensify so much.
Yeah.
Let's get some more questions. How big is Henri in terms of size? We had that question earlier, but we know people come in and out. Just can you remind us of those numbers? I know you've probably put those numbers away now. Let me see if I can find it. At the last update, the storm's wind field on the northeast side, it was 100 nautical miles, 130 nautical miles on the southeast, 100 southwest, and 40 northwest. 12-foot seas extended out 180 nautical miles northeast, 180 southeast, 90 southwest, and 160 northwest. We are expecting the next update from the National Hurricane Center soon with their intermediate advisory. It could also be an intermittent advisory depending on how they're feeling. Let's see more questions. Chance of any tropical storm force winds possible in New York City? Yes, and I would still say that it'll probably happen. Borderline tropical storm force winds there, I should think. Can we explain a bit how such a system interacts with the usual present Bermuda high pressure system, says Sidewinder?
So the Bermuda High steers the storm northward around the Bermuda High. I don't know what to add else. So yeah, it's south of the Bermuda High, it's gonna be steered westward. If it's to the west, it's gonna be steered northward. If it's north of this, it's gonna steer westward, and if it's to the east, as a typical for ridge, it's gonna be steered southward. So,
but it's not actually the Bermuda High proper that's keeping it further west, is it? It's a different high pressure, right? Or is it the Bermuda?
It's the interaction with this upper level low. You know, when low pressure systems come near each other, they want to slingshot around each other, and it's basically gonna basically the thing that's gonna slingshot towards the west, but the steering influence isn't strong enough to actually slingshot it right west into the coast, but it's practically this northward motion, and the main high pressure influence is this big ridge over Canada, which is just moving eastward, where it can't go very far north and just stalls out in this pretty weak steering influence between the upper level low and the high pressure ridge moving eastward over Canada.
Alright, not the new advisory, but we do have some breaking news out of Connecticut. Some cities along the coast of the Long Island Sound are issuing mandatory evacuations.
Yeah, that's not much of a surprise, it has to be said. There's a shot of New York City right now. Looks like they've had some rain, I think. Yep. So some rain has been moving through New Jersey and now New York by the looks of things. Let's see if we can look at Montauk again. This area, if the forecast track is correct, will be one of the worst affected, or the closest to the eye when it moves in tomorrow afternoon. Looks all calm and nice there at the moment, but that will change very quickly into the early morning tomorrow.
In regards to those mandatory evacuations, I am looking at the link to the article that was posted. If you are in Brentford, East Haven, Groton, Guilford, and Madison in Connecticut, then
It's not the whole towns, but it's only certain areas.
certain areas are under mandatory evacuation.
I'll go into detail. For Brantford, residents in evacuation zones 1 and 2 in low-lying areas and those prone to flood, they'll have to evacuate their homes no later than 7 a.m. on Sunday. A shelter will open at Brantford High School on East Main Street starting at 6 p.m. tonight, which that already passed, so it is open. In East Haven, dozens of streets are in a mandatory evacuation zone. City officials said residents in the below areas must be evacuated from their homes by 9 p.m. tonight, including at. So this probably was the article didn't come out till a half hour ago. Atwater Street Extension, Beach Avenue, Beachside Avenue, Brazos Road, Bradford Avenue, Cambridge Court, Canada Drive, Caroline Road, Catherine Street, Center Avenue, Co Avenue between Cozy Beach Avenue and Wilkenda Avenue, Cold Spring Street, Cozy Beach Avenue and its extension, Cozy Beach Road, Dewey Avenue, Ellis Road, Farview Road, First Avenue, George Street between Bradford and Wilkenda Avenue, Hampton Road, Henry Street between Bradford Avenue and Wilkenda Avenue, Hobson Street, Fairview Road, First Avenue, Jamaica Court, Maturo Drive, Meadow Place, east of North Atwater Street, Minor Road, Montauk Street, Morgan Avenue, Morgan Terrace, North Atwater Street, Old Town Highway, Palmetto Trail, Peacock Street, Phillip Street, Roses Farm Road, 2nd Avenue, Seaview Avenue, Shell Beach Road, Sibley Lane, Silver Sands Road between South Shore Drive and South End Road, Smith Street, South End Road, South Shore Drive, South Street, Stanton Road, Stoddard Road, Super Drive, South Shore Drive, Stephen Street between Bradford Avenue and Wilkenda Avenue, Stoddard Road, and Wilkenda Avenue. Whew, that's a lot in East Haven. Anyone who chooses not to evacuate will not be accessible by emergency crews until the storm subsides. In Groton, the following streets are under mandatory evacuations. Shore Avenue, South Prospect Street, Beach Pond Road, Pine Island Road, and Jupiter Road. They said yesterday they should evacuate during the storm. Now it's mandatory. Gulliford has issued a mandatory evacuation for residents living in coastal and low-lying areas. Other areas prone to flooding due to storm surges should evacuate immediately. Madison has issued a mandatory evacuation for all residents south of the Boston Post Road, and they must be out of the area by 9 p.m. tonight. Gulliford and Groton did not give a time, and that is all that we have for now.
Still quite an extensive list, though.
Madison is opening an emergency shelter at Town Campus Gym at 8 Campus Drive at 5 p.m. Saturday, so that's been open. The shelter can accommodate pets if necessary, and I assume that this list is probably going to grow. Again, in Connecticut, I keep cutting off there for some reason. In Connecticut, there are hurricane warnings for New Haven, Middlesex, and New London counties.
Thought Fairfield was also in there too.
Tropical storm warning.
Tropical storm. Got it.
A little blob has blown up over the New York City area. Well, we were watching that. We were looking at that. Oh, we're still watching that as well. All of that has broken down. But there was some of our commenters talking about the Brooklyn area in particular getting some thunderstorms right now.
There is a graphic that was put out from Eversource represents the probability of losing power. It's higher in eastern Connecticut, but they explain central Connecticut could have greater number of customers affected and power outages since the state is more densely populated there. So the higher probability is in the eastern part of Connecticut, but the most numbers is probably going to be coming from the central part of the state.
For the few minutes that we've got left here, we've now got Christian. Hello.
Hello.
Nice to have you on board. Have you got any news for us?
No. I do have the warnings and watches up on my screen right now. If you wanted to take a look, though, I'm not sure if you've just been through those.
Well, we're waiting for the new advisory, really. There could be changes. I'm not sure, though. Well, there might be if the track is trending east. We're just looking at New York there. Things have gotten pretty dark there. With
Do you have any cameras for New York?
Yeah, we're just looking at it right now with that blob blowing up. Probably significant rainfall.
Wow,
I mean, nothing,
Yeah,
nothing
I
major, but
I saw the radar. It's very heavy rain.
Oh dear, I can actually take a look at radar on my phone right now. Whoops. Let's see if I can see if what's going on over in radar.
And looking back at New Jersey, getting after dark there now, but still pretty busy. Brollies are up
Actually,
there. It's rainy.
The heaviest rain is over Brooklyn and Queens right now.
Yeah.
But that looks to be moving possibly towards that camera, so we'll see it.
Oh, is it?
Heaviest. Yeah. There is some rain in the Seaside, Park and Heights areas. They're about to get a nice amount of heavy rain coming through. Ocean City and Atlantic City in New Jersey are still in the rain. They have been all day. I did send an Atlantic City camera to you earlier, Nathan.
Well,
but you do have Seaside up now.
Well, I can't
yeah.
I can't configure any new ones whilst we're on the air.
Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, but with Seaside, that's they're about to get moved into the heavy rain, so we're probably going to be seeing people heading off the boardwalk trying to get inside. Probably Lucky Leos and Three Brothers and a bunch of the other stuff there on the boardwalk. Maybe head back to the hotels and their places before the heavy rain moves in.
I've been looking at radar, and there you can also see on the IR satellite there has been a pretty good thunderstorm going up just near the New York area, and the heaviest rain appears to be moving right into downtown New York, Manhattan. Pretty significant rain, up to about 50 dBz there in the strongest, which is a pretty heavy downforce.
We're just switching between those two cameras right now. The crowd is dispersing, I think, at Seaside Heights. Back to New York City. Obviously, this is just the outer fringes of the storm. I don't suppose there's going to be very strong winds in this. Some significant rain totals, though, and of course, isolated spots. You know, if you get in an unlucky spot that gets hit by cell after cell after cell within the storm, then you could be in for localized large amounts of rain. So it does it is important to look at which places are getting hit first to see if they're at risk later on from flooding. As I expected, they're probably waiting till the last minute to put this advisory out. Do we think we'll get any more Recon news?
Recon is trying to make a run at the eye as we speak right now. Maybe I think that's what the NHC is. They should be around the area of the eye right now. I think that's what the NHC is currently awaiting.
Yeah, they are almost in the eye, and I can just tell you that winds in the entire northwestern quadrant are extremely weak. Flight level winds are all flight level winds northwest of the eye are below 20 knots at the current time, so very weak northwestern side.
At what point does it have? Because they're going to keep it at 75 miles an hour. But
and they're just going to update the pressure.
But say it didn't have hurricane force winds and all the information. They don't know that, of course. None of us do. But all the information they've got is 20 knots in the northwest side. How low does that have to be until they say, okay, this really isn't a hurricane?
I don't know. They're gonna sample the southeastern quadrant anyway, and
then they'll do
I would actually be surprised if they don't find hurricane force winds there, because it appears to be the strongest quadrant. We have the largest area
Convection.
of gale force winds to the southeast, and also the strongest convection to the southeast of the ice. So I would actually be surprised if we didn't find any hurricane force winds there.
Well,
And
me
the funny thing
too.
is
I
they
was just
didn't
putting
do-
the hypothetical out. Go ahead.
They didn't do an actual southwest to northeast run. They went in from the southwest. They did a little loop to loop, dropped the drops on, and then went north and then west. And now they're doing the northwest to southeast run. I think after they do the northwest to southeast run, they're gonna do an actual southwest to northeast run and see what happens with that.
Yep, that seems likely.
So, here waiting for the update to come out. That's probably the last thing we're going to do on tonight's stream. Our tropical weather bulletin is being produced by Army tonight. I believe that will be out shortly after we finish this stream.
Yep,
if
Army has said it will be out on time, so
Okay.
hopefully it all goes well.
If you're watching on the live link, youtube.com/force13/live, once this stream ends, it will throw you back to the automated stream, which will show satellite imagery of this storm all through the night and until landfall. So you can always check in on that as well. And on our community Discord server, discord.gg/force13 to have a chat with our community. The update's out.
Yep, it's out.
Still
We have
75
news from
miles an hour.
Recon.
No changes.
We have
No
news from
change.
Recon.
Even at 991?
Well, apart from the pressure, 988 now, but no warning changes.
So we have news from Recon. They have found about 73 knot flight level wind in the storm, which rounds down to 65 knots, which is 75 miles an hour. And we have SFMRs at around 65 knots. So both of those seem to support hurricane force intensity, and you can see there on the one side of the eye there's only about 10 to 20 knots of wind, and on the other side we have flight level winds of over 65 knots, almost 75 knots, which translates to hurricane force winds at the ground, at the surface.
Wow.
Yep, it looks like in the eye, whatever that word is anywhere from 986 to 987, 988. What for the pressure? So what is the new pressure? 988. That's about right.
That's the old pressure we had confirmation for.
Well, that's what it is now on the new advisory. At 5 o'clock it was 991. Now it's 988.
Yeah, we don't have the current drop zone for the new pass, so it might be a bit lower than 988, but we'll have to wait for the drop zone to have actual confirmation of the minimum central pressure in the eye.
Yeah, again, I'm not seeing any changes with the warnings and watches.
Nope.
All right.
8 p.m. cone is out.
Yep, we have our own internal fixes out. What have we got? Okay, it looks like we're pretty much in agreement here.
Yep.
Now, of course, this 8 p.m. cone from the National Hurricane Center will be the same forecast, but it will show you. Now, this is the 5 p.m. cone. let's switch to the 8 p.m. now, and it will show you how much of a
I've got-
change there is. You can see there, it's quite a push for it to make that first forecast point.
Right, I've got it up on my screen now if you need to take a look at it. Unless you've already got it.
We have it.
Okay.
So it would be quite a stretch at this point, since it's moving still pretty much due north, for it to follow the center of that cone. It's looking to me like it's going to be on near the eastern periphery. So I guess my closing comments would be for Rhode Island and Massachusetts to watch out.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to keep an eye on it. Now the cone's trying to. The cone's saying it's moving north-northeast, but the ATM cone's saying that it's gonna start the northwest movement now. Which honestly, I don't know.
Well, it would have to.
Do that.
It would need to do that if it was going to follow the cone properly.
If we see a even more eastward shift of the cone, at 11 o'clock, which basically would take it off of Long Island. It would take it off of Montauk's East Point, and pretty much that would leave us with a Connecticut landfall, southeast Connecticut. I think you would see the New York City and the Jersey Shore tropical storm warnings downgraded to watches, or they would be discontinued.
Yeah, downgrading from a warning to a watch is pretty rare. They usually only do it when it's discontinued.
Yeah, they may discontinue it. I'm gonna be saying it's doubtful, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll have to wait for 11 o'clock.
But from us at Force 13 HQ and from my team, we're finishing here. As I mentioned earlier, and thank you very much, team, for taking part. Quite a lot of people on the last 4 hours. As I mentioned earlier, you can stay up to date on our live automated stream. You can find that on our channel. And if you're new to Force 13, you can of course subscribe and stay up to date with the latest videos, of which there are many, with regular video updates alongside our live events. Some people prefer those. I like a bit of both, I think. You can also, of course, join our community Discord server, discord.gg/Force13, and you can contact us on social media, search Force13 all in text, or send us an email, contact@force13.com, if you have any information for us, or anything you'd like to bring to air on our next stream. I will be back live again at 7 AM Eastern Time tomorrow morning with the latest on Henri. In the meantime, go ahead, Christian.
I was just going to say our tropical weather bulletin for tonight is going to be uploaded very shortly.
Thank you.
That is good. Well, I'm not in the, unless they do a very extreme westward movement. I don't think I'm going to be in the tropical storm force winds. I'm just going to get rain, but around landfall coverage tomorrow, I will definitely have a webcam up, just showing the effects for my neck of the woods in inland New Jersey.
All right. Thank you very much to the team for taking part.
And all the time I'm going to be gunning for a tropical storm for certain, potentially up to a hurricane. Who knows what might happen over the next, say, 24, 36 hours. We'll see how it goes.
We will indeed. We'll be back again tomorrow. For now, stay safe out there, stay tuned. And those who are in at-risk locations, we hope you prepared thoroughly, and evacuations may be necessary, so stay tuned for your latest local updates as this storm draws closer. From us and the team though, have a good evening.